way coming it because you kind of had a lot of the input beforehand.
All right,
Yeah,
and
man.
let me just pause for 1 second to say,
That's true.
again, we should be back online with the YouTube. Apologies for that little slip up just now. If you don't see the YouTube, go to our YouTube and you should see it. I don't have the link right at hand, but I think it's youtube.com/c/earning season. Yeah, youtube.com/ or you can put /channel/earning season and you will see us there, or earnings_season, and you'll see us there. And we should be live right now, and I'll try and tweet out the link in the meantime. But yeah, nonetheless, if you're on Twitter and you have a question, a comment, or anything, send a speaking request like Omari, and we will get talking. So Omari, back to what you were saying.
Yeah, man. As you guys were saying, it's easy to map out what the year is going to be for JC.
Not the
Or
year, each
once
quarter.
before they release the financials, we should be able to say what the expectation is based on the activity. And I just wanted to touch on something that you guys said last week.
What's that?
Um, when basically we go to school and do the whole financials, the finance or anything like that, and we learn all of these things. Once we get the job, we basically forget it, and
We, we.
we don't use it. We don't use it per se when we go into the real world. So basically, you get the job, and then you listen to what the company tell you to buy, or you stop doing your fundamental research basically.
Okay, you're
And
linking back to that point that Garvin was mentioning last week.
yeah, man. And I really believe that is true because I think the companies are right, buy this, or you're pushing what the product that the company says you should push. Whereas you can do your own thing, do your own research, and see what your goals are and work towards those by doing the research on the different companies. But if you're basically just listening to what the company is telling you to buy or what they're telling other customers to buy, it might not fit into your perspective at that point in time.
It's fair.
Think that you work at a house, a broker.
Yeah, you sound like you're in the industry.
In the industry, but I don't work at a broker.
Okay,
Gotcha.
okay.
Yeah.
And you found that sorry, sorry, Danny, I just saw what you sent. Well,
I know.
what is that you just sent me, Danny? Don't say it where you can say it. But sorry, my question to you, Omari. I want to know more about your touch on the industry without you. I don't want you. You don't have to say where you work. You don't have to. You don't have to say where you work, and you don't have to. You don't have to expose anything you don't want to. But I just want to have a bit of a better idea about what it is that you're. How you approach the industry. Can you say in the industry, but you're not at a house?
Yeah, not just a house. So a part of a group. So you'd go to the brokerage side of the company and say, all right, I have this money.
Oh, you're
What
part of
can
a
I
group.
do?
You're part of a financial group.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
And
Okay, cool.
you say you have some money and you want to invest it. But I don't think they really listen to you based on your timeline, your goals and all that. I just think them say, all right, we're pushing this product at this point in time.
Omar,
Let's
I was
just
gonna
say,
say, I
let's
think
just
you're completely right
let's
in
just
a
sell
worse
this.
way than that.
Let's just sell this in a real matter.
I think you're
And
completely right, but in a worse way than that.
well,
I think
yeah,
the people we're talking to often just don't know
yeah, all of that.
because you start talking about goals and timelines, and quickly they shut you down. It's
Yeah, because
invest for the arbitrary long term, despite you need the money for your house in X amount of time. We have some things that can get you there. We just don't know them.
yeah, because I remember a few years ago, my parents wanted to invest some money, and I'm like, what are the best options? And all they could tell them was this band or that band. That, but I knew a little, so I'm like, they don't necessarily need a bond. Give them something else. But they were just pushing the bond, pushing the bond, pushing the bond. So
In my mind, a bond is the easiest thing to recommend.
exactly.
It's if you're looking at it if you're looking at it from an interest perspective, does okay this bond pays X amount, then does this person want X amount every year? Does this person want 7% every year? All right, find a bond that pays 7% every year. If the person says anything outside of that, then immediately sounds like a bond isn't on the table, or
Yeah,
a bond isn't on the table.
yeah, but what you
And
see,
you,
they don't tell persons, all right, the bond price can change. So if you
mm-hmm,
break the agreement before, you lose if the bond price don't go up.
mm-hmm,
So when you tell them that, oh, they're getting interest, if the bond price go down and them want come up before, the interest payments not gonna make no sense based on what them lose.
yep.
So I think persons overall just need to research what and find persons who cater to what their needs are,
Mm-hmm. But the thing
rather
is,
than
most people
having,
don't know.
yeah,
Most people don't even know their needs. You
yeah,
ask somebody if, in fact, my conversation can go very different because, in fact, I have to bend people in a certain direction. We talk open, we talk about the goals and whatever, but then there's nothing around the goals. You need you need the money for this, but you haven't quantified what this is. So you want a house deposit. You never checked what price house you're buying, what time. You don't even thought about how you're going to buy the house. If
yeah.
meaning, oh, I take a mortgage to what level. So how
Yo,
much of they need for the deposit? People
you're
don't.
going
A
you're
lot of
going
that isn't
far.
there.
You're going far, Danhai. Most let's carry real people are. Yo, I just want more whole heap of money.
Uh-huh.
How much is
So
a
what
whole
is
heap
a
of
whole
money?
heap of money?
Yeah.
What is a
Yeah.
whole heap of money? Everybody different definition of whole heap of money different.
Yeah, man. And as you
You,
sorry, Danhai, go ahead.
you even find people that they will adopt industry fancy speak that they don't have just to tell you what they want, but in a way that says I haven't actually checked what I want. So if someone wants a good return over whatever, a good portfolio, and you thought that nice sounding, but what does that
I'm a
actually mean? What's a
conservative
good return?
long-term
What's
investor.
whatever?
I'm a conservative long-term investor.
Yeah, so things like that. But what that mean? What do you actually want from the market? What you want your money to be doing? What's the goal? What are you actually buying with the money at the end of the day? People don't think about that. It's just we take what we get. So because people don't know, they think this is the best way. No matter what I got, that was the best option available at whatever time. And there was no other thing on the table because I asked this guy what works for what I want, and the person said this is what works. Take that. I'm talking to the expert. If the expert don't know, why the person would I know? In fact, it's almost far fetched that we telling people, boy, learn this thing on your own. Because in some aspects, other people are not going to really lean in that direction. People don't not going to spend the time for it. They don't want to learn it. Randy, no, in any of the business you do, the moment you need to do something new in the business, right? But then you realize there's a skill gap. I need to go learn that now before I can
Yeah.
actually go do that. That's investing for most people. I want to invest. I want to get the good money, but I have to go learn all these bag of things over there. People say, are they learn this bag of things from my work?
Yeah. Like I was saying to a brethren earlier, so coincidental, I was saying to a brethren earlier that more people think they want money. That they don't really want money. People think they want money from stocks. I don't want to learn how to make money from stocks. A lot of people don't really want that. A lot of people just want money. Yeah, and I tell people all the time, and the one of the most important things I teach at Grow is the importance of being honest with yourself about what you actually want. Because along with wanting the money, we've been taught to be ashamed that we want the money. And so you learn not to say that you want money. You learn very quickly to say some very fancy sounding things that, every long-term investor I know smile like hell when they make the long-term money in 3 months or 6 months or 1 year.
Yep.
And when
they take credit.
of course, and when them don't make it,
Thought, yeah, man.
them
Yeah, man.
vex.
Exactly.
And
It's funny,
I
you
asked,
miss a short-term thing and you're vexed.
yeah, but I thought you were long term. But then you realize that most people aren't actually as long term as they like to think they are, and that's not a bad thing. It's just that you make a lot more money if you are honest with yourself about what it is that you actually want.
I think that goes two ways too. I've seen people that are actually long term. They actually have a strong plan around going towards long term, but they make some level of a short term profit, and they get deluded or they get blinded by if I get the goal immediately. It's no longer about buying this thing. It's no longer about retirement. It's no longer about X person going to do whatever in the X amount of time period or school or whatever. You know, people have the long term savings or whatever money they need to make in a long time. They forget about that. And they start neglecting that part of the portfolio, or they'll shift away completely and forget that this is what the money is for. This is what the money was initially for. This is what the money. You forget that when that long term comes, you're going to need X amount of money. But you start doing, boy, I want to make this because the first I see so much money come up front, and I just realized immediately all the things I can buy very shortly with that. So they start neglect the thing I was doing over there, so for whatever long term goal. You give yourself less time to do it. by the time you start looking at it properly, it's a short term goal at that point.
Yep. People, the profit frighten them. But sorry, I know we kind of have cut it off. We'll start adding a point, Omar,
yes,
because
man, get a full tangent.
yeah.
Oh man, that's cool, man. So I'm doing the research. Supposed to do some next session again whenever I'm free up. With the research will come questions. So we'll talk, Danhai. But continue to do good work, guys. Bless up.
Yeah, man, best of boss.
Big up. And I won't make you just run just yet. I'll have to ask you say the portfolio, you say you fix it up, but when you say fix up, what you really mean? You have to tell people your money, but
25% since March.
Jaja. When did you do grow?
January. End of January.
And when did you see Danhai?
End of February.
End of February. You use the discount that you got from Grow?
No, I already booked. Remember, I already booked the night before the draw. So I never got the discount.
Oh, yeah, move quick before it book out.
Yeah, man.
But you get the full profit though.
Yeah, man.
There we
go.
go.
Some pressure Monday morning, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. No, they're setting on the calendar already.
No, man. Somebody go hear this and start pressure me Monday morning and say, so I'll go on, you know, or we can do 25% in a month. I'm sure somebody will pick it up. But love that for you, boss. Love, really like hearing it.
Yeah, man.
All right, big up. Really glad to hear that too. All right, who did we have next? I think next up was actually somebody who let me see, Business Suite Mag. Business Suite Mag, can you hear us?
Yeah, good evening, guys.
Evening.
Evening?
Oh, sorry about that.
No problem.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, man, we can hear you fine, man. Can you hear us?
Yeah, very, very interesting and informative conversations taking place. Listen, we're in the middle of our top 100 information gathering, and a conversation occurred this week that we thought we would get some external views on. And it's centered around this question, well, two questions really. Which company is better valued? Edufocal at 2.4 billion or iCreate at 245 million? And which company has the better, more resilient business model and why?
That's nice. There's a lot of questions right there. Start with the first one, no? What was the first one?
Which one is better valued?
No, man, that wasn't the first one. Oh, okay.
Edufocal at 2.4 billion or iCreate at 245 million?
You said Edufocal at
2.4 billion or I created 245 million? Which one is better valued?
All right. So which one is better valued?
And why?
No, I'm asking you, which one is better valued?
Yeah, what's your answer?
Well, we are not too sure because
Who's
Who is
we?
we?
well, the editorial team, it's just something that came up in the discussion, and we have a different viewpoints on it.
Okay, so let's hear
And
yours.
thought-
Since you're on, let's hear yours.
Sorry,
Since you're on, let's hear yours.
I didn't hear that.
No, we want to hear your viewpoint.
We think that. Well, let me not say we, because this is my specific view.
You've
We
been
think
saying
the
we
values
the whole
of
time.
both are somewhat emotional.
Oh, hold on.
Sorry, say that again. Say that again. You think that what?
The valuations are emotional rather than based on hardcore fundamentals.
For which one?
Oh,
Both.
For both of them.
okay. Well,
Yeah.
All right. So what do you mean
And
emotional?
so the idea, what we're trying to figure out is there a way to determine if these two are fairly valued,
Well,
or
that's
valued fairly?
so. Help me out here. You have to do a little bit more than that. So, right. I don't. It's up to you if you want to speak for your editorial team or speak for yourself. I don't know if you're speaking for yourself. You want to speak for yourself now? Because it's hard for me to talk when you go we or you. Which one is it?
Well, let me speak for myself because I can't speak for the team.
All right, perfect. Who are we talking to then? Who is we? Because it's Business Suite Mag.
No, this is Al.
Al from Business Suite Mag.
Yeah, I work with Business Suite.
All right, perfect, Al.
All right.
So you're like when I'm hanging with my white friends in America, I have to represent all black people apparently. In this conversation, you have to represent all the Business Suite. So Al, which one do you think? What do you think? Which one do you think is fairly valid? Learn or accretive?
No, you said better valid. Which one? Which one do you think is better valid?
Is that what he said? Better valued?
Yeah, I think that's what he said. You can correct me, Al.
Well, I think both perspectives work in terms of better valued or best valued. The question came up, and it was a very debatable conversation, and there were varying viewpoints as to which side of the conversation carried value. There were some people in the group felt that, and it was something that I agreed with in to most part, that there was a lot of emotion in the valuation.
So
That's
Okay.
driving these prices.
how does that work? How does that work? Emotion in evaluation.
Well, for me, I see instances, for example, where people are buying the price not based on hardcore fundamentals, but based on where they think the price is likely to go.
What do you see people buying that way?
Sorry?
What do you see people buying that way?
I see people trading in the stock
Which stock?
in that way.
Which stock?
Both of
happens
them.
to most stocks. That happens to most stocks. Trading.
No. We're talking about two specific stocks here.
Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry for speaking. I mean, what I meant was every stock trades. So seeing trading in a stock, I'm not seeing where that's a.
But that's why I'm saying that it was a very debatable subject matter.
So we hear Al, we get that. Let's talk about
I'm
it.
saying it.
What I'm doing here, I'm throwing the question out.
No, Al,
Yes.
help me out. Here's how
Yes.
the show goes. You've thrown the question out. You're on with us.
Yes.
Now let's talk.
Right. I don't have a definitive viewpoint at this point. I'm still weighing.
All right, I understand you, Wayne. Let's hear some of your views. Let's start with iCreate. How you feel about iCreate?
There are some things about the valuation for iCreate that I think is is based on what people may see happening in the company, rather than the long-term view of the business.
What is the long-term view of the
And
business?
so
No, hold
so
on. What is the long-term view of the business? Well, let me start you off early.
Why do you separate? Why do you separate them?
I want to know that, but let me start you off early, Al. We'll go with accretive. Accretive closed today at $1.24 per share, and it traded up to one. It traded as high as 141, 142, $1.42 today. So it closed at a value of yesterday. Not yesterday. It's today.
Today's a public holiday, sir.
Thank you very much. Sorry, you're 100% correct. Yes,
I want to trade today as well.
so $1.42 is what it closed at yesterday, and it is valued at $1.24 per share, putting the company at a market cap of $245 million. Do you think that's overvalued?
Well, let me ask the question this way.
I just asked a question.
Hold on. The company was trading below a dollar, somewhere 88 cents a couple of weeks ago.
Correct.
And it's now trading at $1.20, $1.30. I don't see anything fundamental that changing in the company that would have warranted that price movement. So I'm trying to understand what would have caused the price to move.
So as a result, you believe it is currently overvalued?
I don't know. I'm trying to understand what happened in the company that would have caused the price to move.
This is not primetime news. This is not big up Deion Jackson Miller. This is not all angles. This is Brick Talk. We're just talking. We don't really care. If you think it's overvalued, say so. Take a side.
Please.
Do you think it's overvalued?
You
don't have a side. You sound like you have a side, but you're just afraid to say it.
It sounds like you're saying it's overvalued, but you just don't want to say it.
Yeah, stop being scared.
No. I'm trying to understand what was the fundamental change in the business model that would have warranted the movement in the price.
You know anybody who bought it?
I couldn't find it, and I couldn't identify. So I said, let me throw it out and see if somebody else.
Anybody that bought it at this level? Do you know anybody that bought it higher than recent? Oh
no.
Myself, I didn't. So I can't say that there is a fundamental change in the business. Immediately I'm thinking about JMB.
Well, no, they haven't bring him there yet. It's cool.
Yes.
So Al, do write it down. So Al, you can't say whether or not it's overvalued. In your mind, however, would you buy it at $1.24?
No, because I personally haven't seen anything in the fundamentals of the business that would have warranted a movement in the price.
So to your mind, it is currently overvalued.
Based on where I see it, yes. If I'm going to make a decision, no.
You are cool. So there we go. All right, and we'll do the next one. Learn Edufocal. Currently, it's at $3.78 per share. That's what it closed yesterday at. It traded yesterday as high as $3.89 per share. And of course, this is the latest listing on the JSE. I don't think it's 3 weeks old yet, is it? It's actually 1 month old. Wow, congrats. It's a 1 month old company, listed company. $3.78, which gives it a market cap of 2.45 billion Jamaican dollars. You think that's overvalued?
I don't see anything about the business fundamentals to warrant that valuation.
Well, you said the same thing about iCreate just now, and then eventually it turned out that means that's your version of saying yes, it's overvalued. So you believe that Edufocal is overvalued now?
Based on what I see as the fundamentals of the business, yes.
All right, cool. What do you think the fundamentals of Edufocal are?
Hello?
What do you think the fundamentals
for you?
What do you think the fundamentals of?
What would you say the fundamentals of the business are?
When I looked at the prospectus, for example, there was no historical data to suggest that it had even a revenue stream or the profitability going forward.
Okay,
So
what
You
would
said I find that interesting. You said historical data doesn't tell you what's going forward. It usually doesn't.
no? He said he didn't
I
see
know,
any.
but future revenue and profitability based on what the business is doing today.
What would no, hold on, no, one sec, Danhai. What would,
All right.
if you could, let's say you could wave a magic wand, what would you, and it's just an example here, Al, what kind of thing would you have loved to see in the Edifocal prospectus that would indicate future business?
I see, for example, a number of things happening. Well, one thing anyway, an acquisition. But even that acquisition, I don't think would have warranted or justified, in my view.
I hear that. Hold on, Al. I want you to answer the question I just asked. If you could have waved a magic wand, what would you have liked to see within this prospectus that would indicate future revenue continuity, as you put it?
I would have liked to see a revenue stream, a current revenue stream that suggests that it had some growth and capacity for expansion going forward. And I didn't see that.
I understand. You read the whole prospectus?
I read not the entirety, but I looked at some of the essential numbers.
So suppose part of what you missed had in that growth continuity thing that you're looking for.
I would think you read the whole document.
Well, maybe, and that's why I'm personally putting out there trying to get other perspectives and other viewpoints.
But it would have been, you don't need a perspective. The company would have had to tell you.
Tell you, yeah.
It's journalism, right? So you would have to do your research. So, for example, if you look here, you'll see that, as I'm sure you know, Al, companies have to tell you if they have any material contracts in their their prospectus, correct?
Well, let me ask you.
No. Work with me, Al. We're walking down a specific line here. Companies have to put material contracts in their prospectus, correct?
Yes.
All right, and a material contract would be one that indicates a strong level of revenue and a continuity of revenue, as you're asking about, correct?
A cautionary advisory, yes.
No. Continuity of revenue is what you asked for. So if you're looking on, I don't know if you can see on this page, but you can check it on YouTube when you're watching later. And I'll tell you in case you have the prospectus up in front of you. It's page 71 in the PDF, but it's page 140 if you actually have if you print it out for whatever reason, or you're looking at the actual number, right? And what's on this page, there are a few contracts. Some of them are done. I see the one at the top. There's a contract with the Transport Authority and British Caribbean Insurance Company and Edifocal for them to provide a training platform for PPV operators, and it is set to expire in November 2024. That's 2 years from now, correct?
Yeah.
And you think we'll still have public passenger vehicles in 2024?
Repeat that.
Do you think Jamaica will still have public passenger vehicles in 2024?
No, I didn't hear the question.
No, do you think we'll still have public passenger vehicles in 2024?
If we will still have public passenger vehicles in 2024?
In Jamaica, correct.
Yes.
And they'll still have to be licensed by the Transport Authority, correct?
Correct.
And so if somebody were to have a system where they have to provide training for those public passenger vehicle operators in order to renew their annual license, that would indicate a continuity of income for at least 2 years, correct?
That's a presumption, yes.
I think that's a natural.
No, the presumption is that those public passenger vehicle operators are going to pay for that training.
It's the only way to get the license.
Yeah, but the presumption is that they're going to pay for it.
They do pay because they keep their vehicles licensed. I mean, I'm not going to say that every taxi man out there keep them vehicle licensed, but for the most part, they do.
I mean, just think about it. Even one more, like, we don't have that revenue now, and we'll have it then.
What percentage
one
of
person sign on?
Yeah, what percentage of PPV drivers do you think? Hold on.
Gentlemen. So what we are
work with me here. No. I want you to listen. No. Listen. Follow the line because we need to be logical to carry everybody down it. Do you think 10% of PPV drivers in Jamaica will renew their license? Will renew their license over the next 2 years?
No. So no.
Is that yes or no?
I think, no, but hold on now. What I'm hearing from you is that the price that the company is trading at now.
No, you're not hearing that. No. Stop. I can cut you off early. You want to hear something that you're not hearing. What you are hearing from me is a question that speaks to a contract that was stated in the prospectus of the company that you said did not speak to any future income. I haven't touched valuation yet. If you go down this line of conversation with me, I assure you it will end with you understanding. Yeah, it will end with you understanding the valuation. But until we get there, I want us to just go down the line together. Because that's why I asked you, what did you see and not see?
I indicated from very early that I hadn't gone through the prospectus in detail. I had gone through some aspects of it, not in detail.
That is crazy to me. You don't think that's like a wild thing to say without checking?
Sorry?
You don't think that's like a wild question to ask without doing even like checking? You say, I haven't seen anything that would indicate that there is any future revenue. Yet you missed the literal printing of future revenue with a date beside it and the elements around it that would indicate who have to pay what. And that's just one.
Okay, fine. I accept that.
Okay, two. You mentioned that something that was announced, the acquisition. Now, they did tell us that they're looking to do an acquisition in their prospectus. And then a week or two later after they listed, they mentioned that they announced that they acquired cleverschoolteacher.com, which is an edtech company, but it's geared towards the teaching side, the teachers, not necessarily the students directly. And there are two things I'll point out here. One, that it's immediately accretive to earnings. You understand what that means?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. What does it mean? I had to Google it. I kind of done the same ways.
The question.
No. I'm asking just for you and everybody else. What does that mean? Accretive to earnings.
You're breaking up.
I'm asking what does the accretive to earnings mention? What does it mean really when they're speaking about that?
No, I don't know.
You just said yes.
I misheard you. Sorry, I don't know.
Okay, to me it said when I googled it, it said that essentially means that it's a profitable company that is expected to add on to their profitability.
Okay.
All right, and I'll quote the lead consultant Mark Gale, who says that acquisition demonstrates the vast surface area of opportunities for Edifocal, and education has many niches, including the teachers, not just the students, which again, in the context of this acquisition makes sense because it's still within education, it's still edtech, but it's not focused on the children at this point. It's focused on the actual deliverers of the learnings, the teachers, right? And it's at least it could be $1 of profit. It's profitable currently, right? Still following me? All right.
Yeah, man.
And it's a US company. It's not like they're selling to Jamaican teachers. So whatever money they've made and whatever profitability that they have, and repeated profitability, it's in another country, in another currency, a currency that we love in Jamaica. Everybody love USD. Mm-hmm. Right? So they bought a USD company. So within the first month of being a listed company, Edifocal is now a multinational, you could say. I mean, let's not overuse the term, but it's a multinational. It's a tech company though, so it always existed in the internet and it has spread its wings. We're still on the same page?
Yeah, man.
Word. All right.
And talk about Supreme Ventures yet.
Then there's also an announcement. I don't see it on JC's website, but I did see it on Twitter from the CEO of Edifocal, Gordon Swaby, where he was speaking about the fact that he signed he signed an agreement. Edifocal signed an agreement with SVL, Supreme Ventures, for their I'm going to butcher it, so I'm not going to get it all right, but I'm paraphrasing here, but it's for their charge up network, which allows really them to sell access to Edifocal through, let's say, hundreds of SVL retail locations, right? And you know that you can get cashback everywhere in Jamaica pretty much, right, Al?
Yeah, man, I'm following you.
All right. Has that changed in any way at all your view of Edifocal?
What it has allowed me to understand is that the price we're now seeing is based on future earnings.
Tell me something. Name one stock price on any stock market.
No, I understand that too.
On planet Earth.
Ask a question.
I understand where you're going with that.
No, you need to hear where I'm going first. No.
And the answer would be
no, man. Hold on.
We're not the only ones in the conversation, Al. So
yeah, man.
Bring everybody along.
Yeah, I remember it's not about whether or not I know. We have people listening, we have to carry everybody with us, like Danhai just said. And also, you tell me, say they know Edifocal and then we'll check it, you turn out you never read the prospectus. I'm not going to trust you knowing where I'm going before I've told you. I'm asking, has that changed your view of Edifocal? Just a few things I've shown you in the last few minutes. Okay. And you said that it's now saying that the stock price is based on what the expectation of future income is, right?
right.
And I'm asking you, can you tell me one stock on any exchange on planet Earth that is not based on the expectation of future earnings?
None. They're all done that way.
So why would that be a unique factor?
I found that interesting because you started there.
I never said it was unique, you know. Remember now, I started with the view that there was a debate.
No, Al, come on. Al. Jesus. Al, there's no debate. You brought a debate here, right? There's no debate. If you feel away, you feel away. You feel that they're both overvalued, and but you didn't do the reading on Edifocal. You thought it was emotional, not fundamental, but then it turns out to be
things about it as well.
I don't touch iCreate yet. So on the iCreate side of things, Al, what do you think could be the possibility of future earnings that could cause people to rush the shares up from the 60 odd that you mentioned a few weeks ago to $1.24, more than 100%, or about 100% gain in little to no time?
I wasn't aware of anything specific.
So it must have been overvalued, right? Emotional, as you said, right?
Not necessarily. Something may have happened and I wasn't aware of it. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Well, you think it's emotional, so you must have a basis for that, right?
No, I'm saying I couldn't identify anything specific.
I know, man, but you said you thought the movements were emotional. So
it could have been. It could have been. It could have been. Yes, and it could have been, and I think that is a factor.
So what's the basis for that factor?
You
have reason to believe that, right?
No, but I'm trying to understand what I may have missed in the market that would have caused the price to move.
Yeah, man, that's fine. But I'm just asking a question. And here refusing the answer.
Repeat the question.
If you think it's emotional, which you said, what's the basis for that thought? Why do you think it's emotional? What led you to say, okay, this is emotional? What around it led you to say that? Because if you were to say it's moving based on fundamentals, then you have a reason to say that. So if you think it's emotional, then what's the basis for that? Why do you think it's emotional? I actually want to hear that. It's interesting too.
The view is largely driven by discussions I've had with people who tell me the reason, who indicate the reason why they bought or why they're buying the stock.
You said you don't know anybody who bought the stock.
Yeah, you did say that actually.
Al, it's okay to have an opinion and it's okay to be wrong.
No, I indicated at the beginning that I don't have a specific position on these things. It's just, something that I'm trying to get viewpoints on and to see how other people are thinking about it.
Come on, Al. Let's be serious with you, but come on. We're all adults.
No, but I'm serious. I'm saying to you that I don't have a specific view on these things.
When you say it's overvalued, which means you have a view.
All right, Al. Is there any stock on the stock market that you have a specific view on?
No.
Really? Damn, you don't invest?
Yes.
So
which stock do you own?
Give us one.
There are two questions. There are two questions that came out at the same time.
Okay, I'll help you out. Name one stock that you own currently.
That I own currently?
Correct.
Supreme Ventures.
Why?
I bought it 2 years ago when it was at $3 and something.
Oh, congrats!
That's why you still own it. So that's great, actually. That's actually really, really great. But you still own it because you bought it at $2, or you still own it? What? I don't understand that one.
I am what you might call a long-term investor, and as long as I see
the opportunity for future profits,
I hold on to it.
So what's the value?
You think the price is going to go up, basically.
Sorry, Al, you bought SVL 2 years ago for how much?
I think it was 2 or 3 years ago for $2 and something.
More than that, man. 2017 or so. 2016, I think.
It's possible. I don't remember, but I've had it for some time.
Give me a ballpark. What else was happening the year you bought SVL?
You bought before Mayberry.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
No, but when before Mayberry came in?
I don't know. I don't remember the exact time, but I know I've had it for quite a bit, and I know I bought it around $2 or $2 and something.
You still buying more?
Not yet.
Why not?
What's the limiting factor?
I have other uses for cash right now.
Word. You have something more lucrative than SVL? Throwing money in? I'd love to hear about that.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah, let's hear about that.
No, it's not something I can talk about at this point. Sorry.
Oh,
I understand.
So it's not a stock. Gotcha.
That's crazy to me though, Al. And you're right for business suite, you say. So go ahead.
I am what you might call a provocative kind of person.
That's one term. You
I think
it would be good for you to it would be good for you to have an opinion though, Al, because then it's something that we can judge against. You say you're a long-term value investor. You're a long-term value investor. Or you taking that back?
I agree that one should have an opinion, but in this particular forum, I choose not to have one because I want to hear how the different views on content.
Oh, so you have an opinion, you're just not sharing it. That's a different between not having one.
Yeah,
that's not okay. Fine, I can accept that.
I understand. It's not really good for anybody listening though. That's not really entertaining for people because we want to hear a conversation. I'd love to have a conversation with you on the Unlearn or iCreate or any of those things. But if you just come looking to, it's not the giving tree. It's Brick Talk. So you have to give to get. We're more than open to having any conversation, but you have to have an opinion, and it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to be wrong. You're not gonna die. It's not gonna hurt your reputation. Just have the conversation with us, because imagine if you did talk to me about Eddie Focal before you listed. Yeah.
The position that I take sometimes is really just to elicit deep probing conversations. And sometimes it helps to be controversial and provocative because it helps you to delve deeper into something.
The show don't help me that you could have just had a conversation with us. We'd be more than open to having a conversation and delve deep same way. Listen to any of the previous episodes. That's what we do here. We're perfectly fine
like I
doing
said, this is my first time on the platform, and I'm trying to understand how it works.
What made it tune in this time?
Randy invited me, as a matter of fact.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
Yeah, he said
And
to me.
so,
He said
so
me.
it's my first time here, and I'm trying to see how it works and how the conversation flows.
Well, what we do is we just have conversations. We don't need agent provocateurs. We just need conversation. He sent me a random message about Business Suite with the same sort of thinking into the headline from the article. And I'm always open to a good conversation as long as there's something behind it, but not just conversation for conversation's sake. You know, yeah, we want something more. Yeah, because like this is like a headline for people who only read the headlines. Which company is better valued? And then there's there's nothing behind it.
Yeah, I'm not seeing. Okay, so disclaimer. I saw the article, and I actually thought that when I saw the headline, I said, "Well, I'm gonna jump into this one because there's going to be some level of this starts on the basis that there's an opinion being held." Because there's no way I have a headline like that, and there's no opinion, right, Randy? In my mind, we have a thought around it, and we're talking about it deeply, and we're going to share. And then, actually, I was disappointed because then I read
nothing. There's literally nothing. It's clickbait at the highest.
This company is this, and then nothing.
It's clickbait at the highest order. I'll have an opinion. That's like we're in the age of opinion. Trust me. Have an opinion. It's not going to hurt. We'd want to hear, and it's okay to change it too.
Point taken.
Yeah, but do we really think, I'll answer it for you, do I really think Eddie Focal is worth 2.4 billion? Yes. Why? Because it closed yesterday at $3.78, which makes it worth 2.451 billion.
Yeah, and if you said thing there, you asked which one is better valued, accurate, or whatever. I think that was the gist of the question. I would say neither. They're both valued what they're valued. Don't better or worse about it. It is what it is. People are willing to pay for it at that price. People are willing to pay for it at that price. Simple as that. That's the market.
Price is what you pay. The value is what you get.
Yep.
You paid $2 for SVL 2 years ago, and the value of it is that you've gotten, what was it? More than 10x on your gain, your return in your 2 years. So that's the value for you. Make sense, Al?
Yeah. No, I'm following both you and Danhai, Randy, and I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying,
I'm not thinking you're disagreeing. I just want to hear your thoughts.
Exactly.
Again, maybe that is what is the issue here. I'm not at this point receptive to sharing my thoughts, and maybe that's the problem.
I suspect that your thoughts could use some improvement.
My thoughts don't come free. It's either you have a session with me or we share thoughts on a public forum like this one. So,
and everybody would grow.
I can assure you that the next time I'm here, I will have a different position.
Looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it.
I appreciate the conversation that both yourself, Randy, and Danhai are presenting, and I like the way you position and argue. It for me, it's stimulating.
Yeah,
It causes me to think, and oftentimes during this conversation, I've been reassessing some of the things that I have had reasons to hold on to. So yeah.
Check this out. I'll go www.everynickel.com/grow. Come to the next grower class. We'll have the next one. Next week. Next week Saturday. It's an all-day workshop. I assure you, when you're done, the market is going to look different to you, brother. And if you think this is stimulating, wait until after you've done grow. You will see stimulation in front of you. If you're impressed by the 7 years it took you to make that 10x on SVL, you'll blow it out of the water when you're done with the level of knowledge I suspect that you already have, in my view, anyway. So
Yeah,
check it out. Try it.
I have a fairly decent portfolio, and I do some
call it fairly
trading,
decent.
but it's not. I'm not an active trader, if one can refer to it as such.
Yeah, but what you call fairly decent?
I'm just not sure the standard. Right? What do you mean when you say fairly decent? That's what I'm actually asking. Not. Yeah.
Come, Al, you learn the way of the brick. Trust me. Next week, Saturday, April 23rd, everynickel.com/grow. If you think your portfolio is...
I'm making a note of it, and I'll be there.
All right, Al.
But let's give somebody else a chance to weigh in on something.
Big up, Al. No problem.
All right. Up, man.
All right, and thanks, guys. Really appreciate it.
Boss. Best up. No problem, boss.
All right. Next up, we have I Am Mafia G. Danhai, you know the next article gonna be tomorrow morning. Who knows what they're talking about? RTO or H Danhai? What's up? Government badness. I Am Mafia G.
Well done.
What's up?
Big up.
How going, boss? Everything good?
Yeah, everything best, man. All right, so we just want to discuss some of the movements I've seen in the market around Spurtree and Jamty. So for Spurtree, I bought in at IPO, and I still have some units now. But one of my things is I've seen a lot of heavy selling by the director. Like in March, I believe, when I did some rough maths, back at the napkin maths, it's about 150 units, 150 million units between the directors that were sold from Spurtree.
Are we talking about Jamty or Spurtree? Sorry.
Yeah, man. That's some rough maths. Maybe a lot more or less, but
sorry, no man.
A lot of stats.
I misheard. You said Spurtree. You have us on speaker?
Yeah, man. Spurtree. No. I'm in a headset. Hold on. It's all muffled. Let me see if I can get some. Hold on 1 second, guys.
We're getting a whole heap of echoing. But you said Spurtree. Okay, a lot clearer. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I didn't go on. Yeah, man. So I was saying Spurtree. I'm actually looking at the stock. I have this stock. I bought into the IPO. I actually like what they do and the potential for that company. I realized how they flourished even during COVID, and given how the world is pretty much opening up back, restaurants are opening up, that kind of thing, I suspect that they will do well come earnings season or May's report. I'm anticipating a good report in May. However, having seen the millions of shares that the directors are letting go in March, just before lockout, it kind of have me wonder if why them put up a mean say, or it happened. Huh?
Why did they sell?
I don't know. That's the problem. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. Well, the directors sold, but who bought that? I don't know. It didn't say.
I always find that funny. We assume the worst in the face of idol. But if anything good happening, it's always a terrible thing.
Yeah, fear rules the market.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I understand, but it's funny.
Fear rules the market.
I know. For example, like some time ago, Randy, you were saying that Spurtree, Fesco, the directors are buying up, and it inspired your confidence because the directors were buying up. No,
that's a different thing.
Whoa! You the grow?
Man, that's right. Every context.
Have you done grow?
No, man, no. Alright, so come again. Yeah, I did grow. Well, come again.
Okay.
So,
hold on, man. If you do grow, you know one of the things that is that almost every stock is different. Every situation is different, and sometimes the rules around a stock are different based on the time. So just because something goes so today, don't mean it goes so tomorrow. Just because this was so for this stock, don't mean it is so for that stock, right? So the reasons, and as Danhai mentioned just now, the context that I had around Fesco's directors buying last year and this year and up to a couple of weeks ago, and the way in which they were buying.
So much other things.
Yeah, I said so much around it. You just take that part alone. You can't just use that alone, man. You can't just use that alone.
But you understand, as it relates to Spur Tree, though, why, I'll be a little bit, looking over my shoulder and say, I mean, these guys are
definitely. But then put that in its place. What are you actually expecting from Spur Tree? What?
Boom.
It's not even that alone. Just you're in Spur Tree. You're worried about this next quarter report. We started all this conversation with you like what they're doing and the potential for the company.
Yeah.
What's the potential you're looking at? Over what time? Is the next report going to impact that? In what way? Why?
I am thinking that it may. Again, given the fact that the world pretty much is opening up, the primary markets where they serve in the US, etc., that's already open or been open since this year, late last year. So I'm anticipating good things this year or in this report. But the selling kind of baffled me because in my mind I'm saying, okay, you own this company, you have a lot of shares, you have it from dollar or whatever price you have it as a director. And you're bailing just before the report them drop.
I mean, a director bailed before the IPO. Remember that? And somebody was talking about on the space as potentially terrible that somebody was leaving before the IPO, and then look what the IPO went and did.
Well, yeah. But yeah, that's one. That's just one thing I just wanted to.
No man, work with me, no man. Come on, man.
No man, make it talk.
Have the conversation.
Good talk.
Yeah, that's why people free. People compress the Danhai land the button and just cut. Have the conversation. If you get the answer you want to know, because we don't know either. I'll tell you this. I can assure you this. Danhai is not a director, neither am I, and I'm 90% sure that Danhai don't know why them sell, and I am 100% sure that I don't know why them sell. Right?
I'm 100% sure I don't know.
All right. Yeah. So all of it coming from a position of I don't know. No, investing starts as a retail investor. We all start from I don't know. So that in itself is nothing. That shouldn't be a scary thing. I don't know shouldn't be a scary thing. I don't know is the start of our investment journey. Yeah, that's how we do it. Right? Now, having said that, I will break it down. Which director you think sold?
I don't know.
Have you checked directors at all?
Yeah, man. So the name Michisiaga, JFP's director, owner, CEO. He's an board director. Well, I don't know the names off the top, but I know he stood up because of, I guess, the fact that he just dropped an IPO as well for himself. So that name stood out to me.
Help me out. You have money in Spur Tree?
Yeah, man.
Word. So if you give me your money to put in Spur Tree, right? And you give me your money and I tell you no, you can't do that. But let's say you did, and I actually put the money in Spur Tree, and you link me, and you say, boy, I mess this thing. No, I link you and I say, boy, you know, put your money in a Spur Tree. I'm kind of worried, And you say, why? I'm gonna say, boy, because the director them I not buy them, I sell. Right? Yeah. I you said to me, say, which director I sell? I'm gonna say, why? I don't really know. You be very comfortable?
No.
But you said that and you said about yourself and you're comfortable?
No, come on, I'm gonna lose it somewhere.
All right, watch me. You put your money in Spur Tree, correct?
Correct.
And you are concerned because you see the director is selling. But you haven't checked to see which director it is that could have sold.
No, I didn't. And the thing is, I don't know. Yeah, where would you get that information?
But you know that if you do grow, you know that. All right. I mean, not that you must know exactly which one it is, but you can check to see if you can tell, right? So sometimes you might say and this is just a general thing. Company X director sold 50 million shares. It don't tell you which director. But when you go check the list of directors, only one or only two of them, one have 80 million shares, another one have 150 million shares. And you say 50 million shares sell, and 10 people on the board. So there are 10 directors, but only 2 of them have more than 50 million shares to sell. So it must be one of the 2, right? Same way, so you can kind of narrow it down. So when you're thinking about this company, immediately you want to look and see, can I tell exactly which director it was that sold, or will I be able to tell at least who out of directors sold? Maybe one of them have enough or less than the amount that has been sold, so I can tell, or maybe the amount add up to what the total directors are. You get me? I'm saying we all start from I don't know, but you shouldn't let that be a reason for you to not go further. I don't know is the start, not the end. You get me?
Yeah, you can't freeze on it. You can't do money freeze.
Fact.
So I'm looking for a specific, sorry if I'm flashing around on the screen too much. I'm looking for a specific table to see. I know that there is 2. Okay.
The before or after?
Yeah, this is the after. And you say the biggest sale was 50 million units on 56 million units on March 30th. Right? Again, big up my money JA. I mean this feature, I love this feature, you fret. You know, long I've the grow grads, especially ones that have been in the grow subscribers, no long I've wanted to launch this for to people. So March 30th is when the biggest sale happened. March 30th or 31st? Sorry. 56.9 million on March 30th. It's on March 30th. $56.9 at 12 o'clock, 12:02 p.m. 56.9 in one go. Somebody sold. But you know that also means
somebody bought.
There we go. So, are you fretting that somebody bought 56.9 million units of Spurtree? And they bought it at $3.78. You bought, how much you paid for your Spurtree shares?
I think I'm gonna average. I think that's $3.14 average out of
$3.14. So, and you averaged up, right?
No, yeah, average up. So
So you've bought and bought all the way up to 314, and somebody coming in.
I bought at IPO, got some out early. Then just before the initial dip, I bought just before that initial. I sold just before that initial dip, then bought again when it kind of started to climb back. So I pretty much averaged out at $3.14.
Okay. So you're seeing yourself close to, so 360 of your fretting, because you know, so you're close to the limit now, right?
Yeah.
It means it can dip on you at any moment. But as Danhai said at the start, you approach it from a point of fear. Why aren't you excited that somebody is so excited about Spurtree that they are willing to come in at $3.78 for 50 odd million units?
Multiple times, if it's the same person. But imagine it's more than one people saying, yo, I'm gonna buy a Spurtree almost 300% up. That much units. Sweet the money. And I always thought when the buyers like them are some idiot. Like the person that buying don't. Like they must be the people that just don't know. Right? But the directors, in all their infinite wisdom about the stock market, are selling.
Yeah.
So you want to
also, what you're expecting that report?
Yeah. I guess that's another way to look at it. You know, that half full kind of way.
No, not even half full, realistic.
Not even.
Yeah, because let's be serious. What you're worried about is that they know that something is gonna happen that's bad. The share price is likely to dip a little bit, and you're worried that bad news is gonna come out in the May results, right?
Yeah, pretty much exactly.
All right, and well, you know what I teach at Grow. So I mean, when is your goal time?
Well, I want to spend some money by June. The entire portfolio is geared towards a June payouts, 25%.
25% by June. How much are you at currently?
Right now, it's 12%. So I'm hoping for some movement.
Hope, stop. They said something. They said, yeah, you said hopeless now.
Hope is not
What,
a strategy.
where you at? It's not where you hope to be. Where you at now? Where you at now?
Where I'm at
How
now is
far are you
not
to
where
that
I need to
25?
be.
That's fine. Which is why you still have a goal on the table. You want 25% by X. How far are you to it? That's the question. And you're fine. It's okay if you say you don't want to share it, by the way.
Yeah.
There's no go roll me. That's what I'm saying.
We're not going there, man.
So
But,
answer the question.
So, alright, for Spur 3 right now, for Spur 3 only, because I have a general portfolio goal, but for Spur 3 itself, I'm 14% right now. For Spur 3.
So your
Boy,
sports. So Spur 3 has
like a girl is
contributed. Yeah,
But
you're
the
definitely
overall
going on
volume
himself.
is 12. Hold on, I gotta check it. Open up my money, J. Big up, Randy.
Straight up, and the team is under me alone, right? The rest of the team, the rest of the team say the stone them will get fling one me in public and say them no one none of the publicity. But I look for somebody to take some of the heat. I said nope, it's okay. You go out there and make. I'll take it.
Actually, at 10.2, not 12. So we can say that. 10.2.
And you split up into how many companies?
This is a 4.
Okay. You sure you do grow?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Wait,
Yeah, man.
75% by when?
When I hear you?
By when? June?
June.
So June morning, hit that.
June morning. And the back of the report, and persons anticipating more value from the start.
Are you split your money 4 ways with such an aggressive goal?
4 ways, yeah.
All right. Well, some people like play harder. Okay, that's cool. Best of luck.
But let me before we get there though, before we digress any further, I also wanted to mention Jamty.
Because I thought you said Jamty earlier.
When I hear you?
I thought I heard you say Jamty earlier. That's why.
Just to kind of I don't have any specific view on what happened when Thursday was it Thursday the 100
very viewless people. The blind man spaces. Nobody have no view.
I mean,
the blind man spaces.
Alright, no man. In terms of bringing up the fact that so many units were traded on Thursday, I mean that's not typical. Well, in recent times at least for Jamty.
Is it not? How much was traded?
33 million units, I believe.
34.6, 34.595 million units traded. Yeah. Yeah. So we're not hearing it very clearly. We're not hearing it very clearly again.
How about now?
Yeah. Yeah, man. That's better. That's a little better. Yeah.
Alright, good. Alright, so even looking at my money JA Randy, that's actually the biggest biggest trade ever. Look at that's the biggest trade. No, it's not actually.
No man, it could be.
Yeah, it's not.
No way.
No way. Yeah.
My bad.
And they've done multiple.
For sure, though, within.
No, go ahead. Continue. Sorry, continue.
No man, I look on this thing properly on there. Well, for this year at least, it's the biggest movement.
Boy, you're to start.
Well, let's bring to the point that I mean, I don't have any specific stats or what we need to do.
It's the biggest trade post split. Correct. Single day trade post split. It's a huge trade. Let's not downplay that. A lot of volumes were traded that day, and I suspect that they were. I suspect that it happened. A lot of it was internal. Internal meaning the same thing like you mentioned for close to the company or directors or linked to the directors.
How you come by that though? Like what would lead it down that road?
Again, the same thing, just the ownership.
And then we've seen many trades from to that level for people close to the company over since the year start. I don't think it's far fetched. Again, look at the ownership. It kind of lines up pretty easily. What's the thing there? Wow.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. I wanted to bring that out.
But what did it make you think? Come on, man, because you wouldn't have brought it up for no reason.
I think we're talking about the fears, man.
So I'm wondering if it has anything to do with the long-touted spin-off that was supposed to happen last year, now pushed back. I mean, I'm wondering if it means anything. I'm not sure. I'm wondering what would cause such heavy movement. Is it lock up here or no, right? I'm not sure. After today or after yesterday, they can't trade it anymore before them drop. So I'm wondering what would spur that kind of movement, like right on the finish line, like just had me thinking. And I probably anticipated maybe something big going to happen. I don't know.
Silly.
Huh?
From silly. Well, it's like you're not looking at. It's like you're not fearful here for the same reasons they were fearful otherwise.
Yeah, because I mean, the reason for being fearful for Spurtree is that they don't have a track record on the market in terms of they have not dropped any report. Any reports being listed.
But they have a track record. They do have a track record.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do.
So you can check the previous, and again, at the same point I was making earlier. Are you looking at the past reports to say, hey, yeah man, I'm gonna make some money here in the next report?
For Spurtree or for Jamty?
Anything generally. Do you look at past reports and then the past report is deciding factor of how much money is going to be made in the next report? Everything around it is based on whatever that last report was. And we need a track record, quote unquote.
They asking if I am anticipating movement in the prices based on the reports.
No. You say you have a track record. You're fearful of what's going to come in that report based on selling because they don't have a track record. So I'm saying you're seem happy about Jamty's movement and you say because they have a track record. That's the difference here. But what about that changes what's coming in the next report?
Yeah, nothing really.
Because the truth is, you saw a Spurtree track record, you bought it, and then the change here is based on director selling. I think you're just adding the track record part because it's so nice. I don't think you actually think that.
Honesty with self are the best thing in investing.
But hold on, we only can assume that directors were the one who traded Jamty Thursday, because that wasn't stated anywhere. That's your presumption, but
no man, again. Hold on. Again, you're the grower, so you can't rush through the thing. You have to.
I didn't say director, so I did not say that.
Yeah, you have to check. I mean, the volume was split up, so it's not a single trade, so we don't know if it came from a single account, right? But it's some heavy volumes that could very well have been. So if you take the volume en masse, if you take it as 30 odd in one day, if you take it,
people can do that.
Yeah, or literally very, very few people can do it. 34 million in one day. If it is from one source, yeah.
6 people can do that.
Barita's unit trust. I remember this hidden account is MJE.
To go to buy something else, and you're thinking, but you're tying that something significant when it's just somebody selling.
Oh, we couldn't tell. I was going to check MJ, but I forget they're up to March 31st, so we wouldn't be able to tell if they did. Yeah, we wouldn't be able to tell there. So if that's something that is from the directors or director linked, and the reason I'm thinking that is because Jamty as a group has so many entities and people within it that buy and sell its stocks so much and move the stocks around. You made another point. You said that it's the last day of their blackout, right? Which means that they're blacked out. Yeah, they're blacked out until May 15th, and maybe they wanted something to be somewhere else before now on May 15th, or before between now and when the results drop. And so, that's a kind of line you have to go down with your thinking. Now, you also make another point. Could it be linked to the spin-off of the Caribbean Dream subsidiary that they've spoken about? When did they say that would be expected to happen?
I don't, in terms of the new date, I'm not sure. But I know last year, they were saying either early this year or late last year.
And since here, they've said a few things. I think the last thing I heard was summer.
Yeah, so in a year.
Yeah, so summer, when is summer?
Pretty soon.
June.
All right.
I think.
I'm not hearing it again, but it could be June. Okay, so maybe summer is June. June, that's pretty close. April, May, June. Who knows? And maybe somebody wants to have moved from before then. And if a spin-off, I don't want to go too deep into my theories on this, but there are things that you do in and around it. There are things that you can do in and around it. And JamT, in my view, is one of the companies that I like because the directors there, in my view, care about their stock price. And I think they invest, they care about the market. I'm saying this as a fan, just looking on Mahfood and John Jackson and team, because we're not the only ones there. They have QWI within the group. I think that they have have proven enough that they care about their share price, that it could very well be linked to something like that, but you wouldn't know until you know. But you wait until everybody know, then you're going to get the results that everybody else get. So the secret, so the secret is to move ahead of that, right? The secret is there are things that you have not touched that I think you can touch. There are things that are out in the open, and I think this can be another dot that links to other things that might be interesting to people. I'll leave it there. Does QWI face the same blackout?
I'm not sure. I don't.
I think it would, not so. Wouldn't it, Danhai?
Reporting period. Same, yeah, it should.
It's a connected party, so it couldn't buy JamT shares after this point.
Mm-hmm.
And QWI is a large company.
Oh,
you're saying, what have you gotten from that?
no, well, as you said, so it could very well be QWI. That's Thursday.
Yes, I'm afraid to talk because people hear what they want.
Anyways, I'm help off those guys and give somebody a chance to talk. But big up on yourself. Once it's a Friday, there's a Brick Talk.
Big up. No problem. No problem. And look into it. I'm not saying it's QWI, but I'm saying that whoever spent the money obviously had a lot of money.
Question, Randy. When is the next advance? When is the advanced grower? The next one.
Advanced grower. The next advanced grower is it is for the people who have done grower. Not that we don't take anybody else, but it is going to be this date. When is it? Sorry, it's the 30th of April. And it's going to be on views. So you've done gross, you understand how I feel about views. And I call that one of the keys of successful short term, especially because I know people care a lot about that. It's one of the keys of successful short term investing. So April 30th, Advanced Grow. It's a Saturday, 2:30 in the afternoon to 6:30 in the evening. Of course, we have Q&A afterwards and we talk afterwards, and it goes a bit longer. For the people who've done it, they know that it's more than just that.
I know.
If you want, but I try to put a lot of value there. But that's when Advanced Grow is, and this month is going to be on views. So understanding the view of a company and how that can help you predict future share prices, especially in short-term investment, because people nag me so much about that, and I find that they don't pay attention to the reality of views. So that's when it is. Look out for it.
All right, and sign up the same place, right? Online, if you make a...
Yeah, man. .com/ADV grow, or you can just hit store and you'll see Advanced there.
All right, good. All right, now we go back in the arena. I got this. I don't want to on the sideline.
No problem, sir. Big up.
Amen.
Big up, bossy. All right. Alright, then I don't know if because of Good Friday, everybody want to hear a view, everybody afraid this week. I don't know.
That's what funny that the next advance grows on views.
Yeah, right. I did one after that on skinning the game, the importance of taking a side. Yeah, taking a side is so important. Yeah,
Spectators don't reap rewards. You can't win the medal, you never play the game.
Yeah, man. I just want to be included. Yeah. People who do that, they always have the same kind of portfolios too. It's a way that they miss out on so much money. They miss out on so much money. And I wish he'd had the conversation about iCreate. I'd have loved to talk about iCreate. iCreate just announced buying a company.
Acquisition, yeah.
Yeah. They just announced
they've been speaking about buying a company for quite a while now.
Our companies.
It should come as no surprise that they finally bought into something, as they've been saying this whole time.
Yeah, and you could understand how people related to that might be interested in owning more of iCreate, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because wow, I hear someone. So this is it, and this is reported today. April 15, Good Friday. Our newest acquisition, GetPaid, will be adding significant value to the e-commerce space in Jamaica. Our biggest opportunity lies in powering small business with digital tools to transform business in a post-COVID world. The growth so far has been one to watch. I'm using that industry term, one to watch. It means absolutely nothing. But yeah, GetPaid is an iCreate company, so I guess he's acquired something that people excited. You know anything about GetPaid, Danhai?
No.
Me either. But e-commerce, so it sounds very exciting. I mean, I'm happy to see this. Yeah. I'm happy to see Tyrone, who is the CEO and founder of iCreate.
It ties into the space. We often hear people within the creative space speaking about payment options for them, and I think that's the line it's going down. Get paid. The name alone says, but I actually have to check what that is.
Yeah, I think there are huge e-commerce opportunities in Jamaica, and
yep.
The biggest one. Did you catch that mention from Gary Peart and the Godfather of the market, the guy Chris Berry, when they were talking about their first quarter results, and they're having the Q&A afterwards, and one of the questions came up, and
SVL.
Yeah, and I think Gary Peart was being coy and careful because he's chairman of SVL.
Strong relating.
Yeah, and Sir Berry just kind of push him, saying, "What are you saying? Are you saying that SVL has within it a huge e-commerce company already pushing money?"
It's funny, they've been saying this. Yeah, it's bro.
You know how it goes. The market is slow. I mean, the market look like it's catching up. The market look like
we said it. That's another we say it again, because how much time have we said that about SVL? It was another day you said it again in retaliation. Was it in retaliation, or was it just to put forward that this is not a far-fetched idea that SVL is doing these things? Like, it's happening.
I don't know. I think I might have mentioned it after this point, but one of the points that I remember mentioning definitely is when that announcement happened with Eddie Focal and them. And I was pointing out that, as I always say, SVL is not, in my view, they're an infrastructure company that happens to also sell gambling tickets. And now they sell scratchers.
Yep. Oh, God.
And, brother, scratchers is taking over.
Is winning.
Everybody, people are buying by the pack.
Yep. Brother.
It's like, I was talking to somebody recently, and I was saying, looking at it, cash, if you understand SVL, Cashpot is their bread and butter. I think they're an infrastructure company. I think that there are massive opportunities that people are looking at. They're not looking at the red ocean, they're looking at the blue ocean. But within the ocean that is red, they are the big shark also within the betting space. You remember them used to have competition a couple, 2 or 3 quarters ago, if you listen to the newspapers, dead.
No,
I think I'm.
To be said.
I suspect they'll come with a scratchers competition then too if they're smart. But regardless, SVL find it and roll it ahead. And this is a recent launch, weeks.
Yep.
Weeks.
Radar. Wow.
And I think people are starting to see it. Maybe starting to see it. Our interested parties definitely moving into it more. 24.78. Imagine if you bought this at $2 2 years ago, Danhai. Damn.
If you could buy it at that.
Damn. I mean, if you waited 10 years, damn. It's a hell of a gain. But wow. But yeah, anyway, that was a tangent I got it from Tyrone. So I'm really happy to see Tyrone doing stuff. Tyrone never ever allow himself to get. I remember when we spoke to him on earning season. I say, you're picking up your licking noise. A hard man for dead. I like that he's still pushing. Keep pushing Tyrone. I mean, you still have some things to work on, Tyrone. To me, I'm happy to see, but I kind of feel shame. Your full year numbers are overdue and have been overdue for a while, brother. That's you can't forget the basics. You can never forget the basics. As excited as I am, can't forget the basics. And if you're trying to do that little thing that some companies are alleged to do, where they drop the full year numbers when you drop the first quarter numbers because the first quarter numbers are good. Yeah, you look, don't do that. Just if it's at this point, nobody will be surprised if iCreate had another loss. Put it out, make people hear it. Stand in front of it, because when the good comes, the good is gonna come, and you can be just as proud and stand in front of the good as you are in front of the bad. So don't hide the bad. Yeah, I know the last thing I see from you guys talking about strengthening internal reporting and stuff, and like if you're doing it, do it. If you're doing it, do it. Big up. I'm happy where you are, and I'm hoping that you'll get even further in future.
Indeed.
Yeah, big up that. And that was a tangent that got us to SVL. All right, I say all that to say, remember guys, if you want to join in, send a speaking request and we'll be more than happy to have you on. Then I have somebody that hasn't joined in a couple of weeks, Malik himself.
Malik is here.
Night guys.
What's up, Malik? All gone?
Yeah, man.
Outside of your man.
Outside? No. Some stuff have happened in the past week, so that's one of the reasons why I couldn't come. But I was also busy with like the last few Fridays.
Word. Well, I mean, we're happy to have you here.
Indeed. All right, so
yeah, man.
Danhai, people also saying on YouTube that you sound kind of low, so you want, pay attention to the mic. No, not you, Danhai.
Better.
Yeah. Alright. You guys kind of sound a bit rough, but you guys started sounding rough when I came on as a speaker, so I guess that's just the Twitter space thing in general, but...
Maybe. But go ahead, Malik, what's up? Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I just coming on, stopping by, and just to, just say that the Wisinko thing, I jumped in on that opportunity there when there was a fire, but the actual place wasn't burning down. So, and the whole JMMB situation as well.
Boy, I've been carrying myself all week and to clients and saying, boy, I come on a big space. I thought, boy, we think I'm gonna drop when the fire news come out because people will panic and I will be buying. I think got 18 and I not touch it.
You didn't touch it?
Nope.
I got it at $18.99, but I set a second bucket lower than that, but unfortunately it never dropped low enough to get to the second bucket. But I got in $18.99 and
what was the second bucket? What was the second bucket?
That are not filled, they never matter, That's the problem about those. The buckets that are not filled, they never matter.
Oh, okay.
What was the second bucket?
As in meaning for us.
So the first.
We can't make
money.
Wait,
go ahead, Danhai. Go ahead.
It's for us. We can't make money and money we don't get and things we don't get, right?
Exactly.
That's the idea.
Exactly. But watch me. Hold on. You say you set one bucket, you got it. The one that you did not get, what price was that?
Oh yeah, what price was that?
Right. So the first bucket I set was $18.99, and the second bucket was $18.
So the bucket you did not get was $18.
Yeah, so it never dropped low enough to get to the 18.
Okay, and you sold it? Did you sell?
Have you sold?
No, I haven't sold as yet.
Okay, so it's at $22.62 now, and you bought it at $18.99.
Yeah.
But you didn't buy it at 18.
Yeah, I never got it at 18.
Oh, so average price. Average price at $18.99?
Yeah, my average price. Yeah, my average price is $18.99. It's just
Including
one.
how much? How much?
All the order value you put in there.
The other price, the second bucket.
Order value. What's the price that they put in to get $18.99 average price?
Oh no, I just as in I set $18.99. It's just one buy order I did. That's my average price.
Average
just
price
$18.99 in one transaction.
You don't pay fees?
Well, yeah, I pay the tax and the different stuff, but that's I think like 2% of the total thing.
So you really bought that $19.37.
Yeah, different. Yeah, but
damn.
Hold on.
You remember when we were talking before? Every time we talk, I would tell you, so you're doing something about what you think you're doing is not what you're doing, and certain things you have to look out for. This is one of them. So then I went down the exact same road I was going to go down. But I'll go down a second road, and it's not just for you, it's for everybody listening, because a lot of people like this sort of thing, but they don't pay attention, not just to the fees, but they also just don't pay attention to a few other little things. So here's an easy lesson for everybody. You got it at $18.99, but you did not get it at 18. Clear?
Yeah.
So you save 99 cents. In your attempt to save 99 cents, you lost out on being able to make 19% profit
on everything. Instead of a little piece of glass over here.
I'm not fully clear.
All right, let me help you out. You set a bucket for 18 instead of $18.99, right? If you had gotten it at 18, you would have saved. You would have saved. You know how much you'd have saved? Like I tell you every time I talk to you, Malik, it sounds happy, because you're trying to do this thing, but you're not doing it properly. You're making mistakes that will burn you when you go bigger. Not tracking, not paying attention to the fees, not mapping out the actual goal ahead of time, so that you can be clear on what you need to do. You in your attempt to save 5.2%, you lost. It allowed you to lose out on 19.1%.
It's like you go 50 grand on the $18.99, and you get 50 grand on the 18, and only one 50 grand got shares. The other 50 grand, you got nothing, so you didn't trade, you didn't make any money on it. That's the idea. So the opportunity cost is, cool, I could have get that. In your attempt to save $99, you missed out on all the gain you'd have gotten if you had bought everything at $18.99. That's what he's saying. Get me?
So you save $5.
You guys are saying. I get what you guys are saying.
Yeah, you save $5 because you try to save $5. You miss out on earning $19.
You ever try haggle and them say no matter? yeah, ball it down and then them say no matter. Yeah. So think there. Why not put everything at $18.99? Or why not put everything at 18? Both ways.
Sometimes what I do is that the price was going down, right? So I didn't want it to be the case where I just take everything and fling it like that. Usually sometimes like I set a bucket that's slightly lower than the original bucket. So that one gets filled and then it averages down if the next one gets filled.
Okay.
So
yeah, I mean it's not something I do all the while still. You guys saw that, but it was
the idea I'm looking at is why not just be okay with what was your expectation for the dip? What did you think it would actually go down to?
Around the $18 range, around that range. But like it's been years since we had a fire like that, so I just said I wasn't fully sure where it could have fell to, which is why I set 2 buckets in case.
I mean, the first fire was before it listed, so.
Yeah. So
Fesco had a fire.
Yeah, I wouldn't have like something to like kind of work off right there.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I would. As I'm saying, you wouldn't have that to work off. You don't have to use whatever you use this time.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I still like. Go ahead.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Again, I was planning to make the same buy on the same day. I just never ended up.
Yeah, man. I know several people made that move that day.
Yeah, but not.
You can look at the trades.
Yeah, but not. What date was this, by the way?
Let me check. We think 1899 April 4, 2022.
Okay. So April 4, it's 2022.
Well, yeah, 2022. Yeah, my bad. I just said the dates. I just
No,
said.
you're accurate. The accuracy is never a bad thing. All right. So April 4th, that Monday, all right? But the Wisconsin fire was after the market closed. So you must have bought it. You couldn't have bought it based on the fire.
No, man. It's a Friday.
No, man. The fire was April 1st at night time, and April 4th is the day I bought it. So I set the price on it the day before.
Okay. So I get you. So over the weekend you set it and people wondering set a bucket here just mean he put in a order. That's all he means.
Yeah,
he put
that's
an
all.
order
It's just terminology that other guys use. So I know. I kind of take it out by accident.
I know, Malik. I explain to you. I explain to the people watching and listening. So when he says set a bucket, he means he put in an order that was lower than the price on the market at the time, in the expectation that people would sell down and then he would get the shares for cheaper. Some people do that. So it's a strategy that some people like to employ. I'm not a fan of it, but some people do it. No, you say you did that, Malik, and so you got it for $18.99, which means you got it. You got it during the day. I was hoping that maybe you got it during the pre-open, but no. So you got it on the Monday, and you could have sold it afterwards. You could have sold it up to today. Oh, sorry, yesterday. At profit. What was the goal that you want? What's the goal? What percentage gain you going for?
About 20%. So, yeah.
What price is that for you?
My bad. Let me get that. I had it, by the way, call it. Sorry about that. Yeah, around $22.70 range.
And that's with
$22.78 if you want a specific number.
Thank you. You can't tell me 2000.
My bad.
$22.78. Word. So tell me something.
Easy to calculate on either side. So yeah, Steve.
Say that again, Danhai?
Fee is not being factored out on either side.
No, they're not. And also, why didn't you sell it yesterday then?
Okay. When you order in.
You could have sold it for 24. 09. That's a real question to you. That's a real question to you, Malik. Why didn't you sell it yesterday?
Yeah, so I could have sold it yesterday, but you guys going laugh at this, but I was actually busy doing like school stuff. Because yesterday was like Thursday, but some stuff were wrapping up. The semester wrapping up, but yeah, I could have said it yesterday.
Start playing again. Put the order in before time. Put the order in before time.
Yeah.
Because school are much up, boss.
Or use alert.
Coming up at the end of the month, so.
Or use alert on my money JA so you can know when it hits your goal.
Yeah.
You got that's mad.
Which girl named alert I message you?
Yeah.
Pardon me? Who?
That's
the girl ask which girl named alert I message you?
Yeah, what is that? That's somebody else in the background. It's like funny to use it's funny to use the my money JA alert.
No, it isn't. I was just laughing because you're really good with transitioning like your promotion of My Money JA or Grow. So that's why I just find it funny.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of good at it. I know a thing or two about marketing, but I also know that it's actually really good product. I mean, obviously I'm biased. I'm biased because I'm with it, but the use is there. You could have made money off it, and you'd have gotten out at the peak too if you went the day before. If you went the day before, you could have gotten out at the peak. So for me, if I was doing it for me, what would have alerted me? Maybe I wouldn't have sold it on Wednesday, but the fact that it's coming down on Thursday means that I probably sold it then, especially ahead of Friday being a public holiday. For me personally. Yeah. You have to look out for that if you're serious about this thing. I just keep trying to find things to tell you to have you shorten, because I think if you keep doing this a couple of years, you'll be really, really good, right? But you can save a whole heap of time because you're making some loose mistakes. But I understand, especially you say you have school and all of that distracting you. I can understand. So yeah.
Yeah,
Big
man.
up you. What was the second thing that you had in mind?
I made a little funds off a Wigton. Yeah. No, not Wigton, my bad. TJH, my bad.
TJH.
That's
Yeah, because
interesting.
there was a run up with TJH and I got in and got out of that. Which is funny because the guy that was here about, I think a little over a month ago, Wade mentioned that TJH was going to actually go up. I mean, coming weeks. But
No.
Check him in 3 months.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Check him in 3 months. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
While
maybe
putting us down, hold on
again in the future. So.
Hold on now. While telling us how terrible us short-term traders are, the man said check 3 months down the line. Kind of sound like short-term. No fundamentals, but you will see in 3 months. But anyway, I know what would sound like he had maybe additional information. And then I had a good little talk about that off air. And yeah, we're no surprise at all with TJH, the up and the down.
What made you buy, Malik? What made you buy?
I hope it's Wade
TJ?
make you buy. Yeah, I hope he's hearing what Wade's points make you buy. Well, Wade mentioning it.
I mean,
The guy that was a guy on it.
He mentioned it.
Mention what?
Jesus.
No,
Trans Jamaica.
Wait,
You guys are kind of, you guys aren't very clear, so that's why. Wait, one of you guys talk?
What made you buy Trans Jamaica?
Oh, just the vehicle, the momentum. That's all really. The technical analysis stuff that I do, that's why I actually bought that.
Yeah, but you're not going to lose us.
It wasn't fundamental based and stuff like that fully.
All
So
Malik, you know who we are, bro. We don't have to do this. The fundamental base, whatever. I just asked why you buy. You answered well enough. We're not telling you didn't say anything wrong, bro. You said it right.
Yeah.
Cool.
In fact, let me go a little further with you. What you're not gonna lose me the technical analysis stuff either. What did you actually see?
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. What did you actually buy? What made you say I'm buying Trans Jamaica for whatever?
the volume.
The technical analysis stuff is the volume, Malik?
No, that's one of the indicators in technical and
Let's give me just walk me through the play.
So based on what certain people are saying, I saw it right, and then I saw that it could have had a good enough upside to get close to $2, not necessarily surpass $2. So what I did is that I jumped on, and to be honest, I actually jumped on it late.
No. As in, we know you bought. We know you bought. We know you sold. But what made you say? As in, what exactly said? All right, this thing is going to move from here to here within this time. What made you say that? The actual reason, without being general. If you lost the people, Brandy will bring them back, as always.
I would say the thing that made me really buy was the indicators, because I knew that I could make like a little quick money off of that. But
I'm asking what the indicators are. Like
the indicator is the volume, as in the volume at the bottom of the chart. That's one of the indicators showing that there's enough buying pressure that will continue to push the price up to a certain point.
All right, I'll try. What date did you buy Trans Jamaica?
Let me look on the TJH. July. Oh, not July 7. April 7. April 4. My bad.
Which one? Tell me again. What's the date when you bought Trans Jamaica?
April 4.
All right.
April 7. My bad. I'm mixing up with the April 7. My bad.
Danhai, I'm telling him last like 2 times ago and I say, don't cheat for your woman, brother, because you will not know how to keep your story straight.
I tried, so that's why I've been studying for the
She not go buy that, brother. She not go buy that. You can't. April 4th to April. Right, one more time.
The last time you guys didn't buy it, I proved that I wasn't capping and I was telling the truth. So,
I'm
I
not
could
saying
actually be tired. Just give me the benefit of the doubt.
No, we're not saying capping. We're saying just talk straight, boss.
I give you the example.
One more time. When did you buy Trans Jamaica?
I bought Trans Jamaica on April 7, 2022.
Yeah, man.
Alright.
I do not know who named Michelle. I don't know how her number got in my phone. Yeah, man. There's one story, right? April 7th. You bought it. How much you bought it for?
I got it at $1.63.
Whoo! One order?
One order. No bucket
Single
this
order.
time.
Cool. 163.
Believe and you buy. Do it.
Alright. I like that. April 7th. And you still hold it?
No.
Okay, when did you sell it?
I got out at 174 on the 11th of April.
That's on shaky.
Yeah,
163.
it's
1.02. 166.
but I put
174.
Yeah, 174 on the 11th of April. That would have worked, yes. Yeah. In fact, it traded heavily for 176.
For this trade though, I didn't use
I'm looking at fees.
for this.
No.
Yeah, for this the fees are there, but for this trade it was slightly different because I put more money
That's
than
2%.
what you guys know.
What do we know?
Usually put in.
What did you put in, if you don't mind?
I put doubling the usual amount I put in.
Okay. Ooh, look at you.
Bigger bets.
And I use Sagicor Investments, so Sagicor Investments.
Why
How
is
the
an ad?
price breakdown go
Why?
again? 50 is 0.5% on Sagicor Investments feed, and the JC says how much is the JC says?
It's almost 1% overall.
Yeah, like 0.96.
Yeah.
So that is more than 2.5% overall. I mean.
Yeah,
And more money.
suppose.
Bigger bets.
Yeah.
Is right.
Because Sagicor is one of the cheapest, I think, if not the cheapest broker, right?
You
So
don't say, me say Malik in one Sagicor ad, and then know me I hear one Sagicor ad.
Right? For free. For free.
What?
Yeah, Sagicor hasn't cut the check, and they can reach me if they want to. They've chosen not to, so let's not give them any free money. All right? I might start talking about the complaints I've heard from all the people. You say 0.96 is, I think, is what it work out to, or 0.98 when you add all of the fees together. Make sure I have this right. We're doing it at 0.98. If I have it right, it work out, that's like a 4.7% play.
And remember, I put double the amount of money in there, so there's
Percent is a percent, bro. Percent is a percent. So I'm proud of you.
Yeah.
So you made 1 year worth of good bond money after fees, but you did it in
the span of what?
3 days.
Span of 3 days or 4 days, yeah.
No, sorry, I keep. When did you buy it again? Sorry, when did you buy it?
I bought it the 7th of April, and I sold it the 11th of April.
That's right.
So
Keep your
4
story
days.
straight. 7th, and you sold it. You sold it the 11th.
Apps.
Yeah. So it's a pie, isn't it? So two business days. 2 business days. You make 1 year worth of bond money. Congrats. Make sure next time somebody tell you about long term is the only way, you point that out to them. And that's proper bond money. You also beat a lot of dividend returns.
Personally, for me, different strokes for different folks. If somebody wants to go further long term or short term or trading or euro way or medium term, let them do it. That's my opinion on the matter.
No, but the same thing we say.
That's exactly what we say, you know. Malik, it's not us. It's not us that you hear say that there's only one way and every other way is wrong. You know, we are open to multiple ways. We see that there are loads of ways to do it. We just don't think that there's only one way, and we're not gonna say that there's only one way when it's very clear that there isn't only one way. And I like that you're doing this. Yeah, that's why we like whenever you talk about this stuff, because it's showing also that it's
very possible.
Very possible. And you what I don't like is that you love to, I know you look the econ and you love to complicate something. They might say, my complicated my what do you call it? What do you call it? Shape magic again?
Technical analysis.
Technical analysis measure.
That's the official name for it, though. I mean, just like how you have some fundamental.
Malik, we know, but technical analysis, and you start with that and you tell me technical analysis. It doesn't say the volume is high still.
Yeah. Here's what I would say without saying.
If you start with technical analysis and then tell me say the volume's high, but you tell me say the volume's high.
Yeah. Here's what I would say. Trans-Jamaica started to show maybe a more heated increase in volumes and trades, I would say. No, I don't even say trades because it's the same 40 odd, 50 odd. But there we go. Increase in trades the 25th of March, 56, 88, 107, 134, coming to the end of March. That to me indicates retail interest. And there's more going to, but if you want that come to grow, that would be an advanced grow too. But the volume, what you call volumes, is indicated by the fact that there is no obvious increased interest around it, and the upcoming dividend, the once a year dividend that everybody loves to talk about as if they actually care. The dividend date was coming up to, right? And that in itself is a very, very, very simple thing. Just more interest, more noise around it, more expectations. People see the highways. Those who pay attention to the highway. And I suspect, me personally, that little insider network among the financial circle, I suspect is buzzing about it too. They all tend to buzz the same way. You can tell when they're buying. And that buzzing was happening. And but as I said to Danhai privately, I would laugh like, whoa, if all of this culminates in them doing an APO.
Dead.
Oh no, we know you don't like those. So
no, misunderstanding, sir. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not. It's like you're a Jamaican who is from Jamaica, live in Jamaica. You know the areas that are bad, and this is a terrible thing to say, but I'm not say it on the internet. But it's like you know something very well, you know bad parts of something, and if I don't go into that bad thing, I don't really care, right? So like, there are lots of things that
like everybody say him now go Spanish Town.
Yeah.
They know why him now go Spanish Town, but me from Spanish Town, I tell you.
Cool. Yeah, it don't hurt me. You know who it hurt? It hurt the people who think that it's an opinion and run into it anyway. That's who it hurt. Yeah, I feel even better because I put it out there in a way that has never been put out before for regular retail investors to know and know better. Now, if you get one and you still go into it, any burn you get is your fault, brother.
Malik, you bought into any IPOs?
APOs?
You bought into any APOs?
The last APO I think I got into was the last APO I participated in was, I think, Barita's APO in September 2020.
Before that? Signos.
Did I? I can't.
Talk the truth what God love, man.
Come on,
as in like I can't like really remember if I did I? When was Signos' APO?
Cap.
You know, sir, I'm sure Malik have a girl out there. I wonder what go on with everything he say. I do some back check and say, what was I doing on
April 4th, 2022?
I can't do this. I'm tell her session about it. I'm do something else. I wasn't down at thing there. I wasn't down applying for it. I think there. No, I was studying over thing there, man. Me and David did a study about some econ.
Yeah.
You know what they don't enough of this there.
All right, Signos' APO I think was why am I forgetting this? I should have it marked on the charts, you know.
Again, the date in the past. the qualification for being a shareholder was in the past.
Oh, the previous that big up them for that.
Immediate.
Big up them for that. Yeah, a prior dated record date.
Mm-hmm.
So Signos' APO was in 2020. The prospectus I think came out December 2020. and they were closed. They were closed by early January 2021. So like the basis of allotment came out January 11th, 2021. And that's just me scrolling on this website too quickly and not slowing down. If I did, I'm sure I would have seen it. It is actually here. There we go. Early January 2021. Yeah, you remember SRF? Cygnus Real Estate.
You meant that the Cygnus Credit APO is spoken about more than the Cygnus Real Estate IPO.
Yeah. Cygnus is like, yo, I wish I was rich enough to own Cygnus, because
yes,
as like future, like it is a play. To me, Cygnus is like real estate.
Better
than real estate, but it's like real estate in that if you're really rich, it's a great thing to go into, because, and if you're really patient, it's a great thing to go in, because when it does blow up, but
I was thinking about earlier, like imagine that's a perfect, nice for DCA Cygnus whatever, but imagine
it's great for DCA. Yeah.
the share. Imagine the shares was thing there was tight to control. Brother.
Oh,
you couldn't tell me not to buy.
Oh yeah. Can that be knocked? I think under Jamaican law you might be able to knock it. You
can. You should be able to, I think there are conditions for the share for the thing there, for the golden share, and removing it.
Yeah, not just that. Not just that. No, there are conditions to remove them. I know those, but can you force it? I think you can force it over 15%. That's another conversation for another time. But yeah, the APO was late 2020 and it closed by early 2021. Right, so you have the basis of allotment January 2021. The APO was for, you remember what the price was, Malik?
Was it like $15 or $14?
I think 14 was the thing. The 14.70 for the
shareholders.
16.30 for the regular, for the non-discount.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 16.30 for the public, 14.70 for existing shareholders. And so we say early 2021 is when they'd have had it in hand, and that brings us to like here. You notice this wonderful drop. November.
I think the same happened with Proven's APO as well. There was a drop after the new shares came.
The same happened with every APO.
Yeah, I think the only APO I can think of that never happened to was maybe Barita.
Because Barita struck.
Yeah, that was nice. APO price, but it dropped. That 120. Remember, it was at 120 or so, you know? And then, boom.
Barita structured the APO.
Never last long.
Yeah, they structure the APO in a certain way and around with certain events around it to ensure that it wouldn't. That you can tell that they're one of the companies also that pay attention to their company's share price.
That's interesting, right, Randy? That's interesting.
And they advertise like crazy as well.
No.
Yeah, that don't matter. That
doesn't matter at all. The interesting part around that, to me, was that's an acknowledgement to me that the price will fall because APOs that's happened. If I'm putting something in place to make sure the price doesn't, then I know prices fall. Big up Uno.
But they would know. I feel because they popularized it in my view. So
yeah, but I'm saying that against the arguments for.
Oh,
yo,
bro, I have not heard one. Honest. I won't say sensible. No, I would say sensible. I've not heard one sensible argument for an honest, APO.
Because I think people actually believe what they're saying.
Yeah.
I just don't know that.
Yeah.
What I'm looking at is that's not a sensible belief.
Let me be clear. I have not heard one because I know I can hear it being missaid.
Oh yes.
Let me be clear. So for the quote, let me clarify it. I have not heard one sensible, honest argument for an APO for retail investors. Yeah. I know it's great for the company. I know it's great for the majority shareholders who protect themselves with a reserve class, or who have chosen not to protect themselves but to also screw the minority shareholders, the retail investors. But I have not heard one positive argument for an APO for retail investors. One.
That's sensible. One sensible positive argument.
Yeah, sensible positive argument. Yeah. If I could hear one, I'd love it. You like APOs, Malik?
No, not really. I kind of they're kind of meh, to be honest with me.
So you come and say, oh, Randy don't like them, like say Randy has it.
So
No, because Randy has been outspoken about it and has said what his opinion is. Because remember, you guys, this is your space, so.
We know, man, it's a Randy. Randy was going to go in shot, you know? You take the shot for it. We all the same view, but you guys front of the crowd.
Yeah, guys, don't go for them. Go for them, Randy. Go for them. right for walk out for them, man. Damn. So this dip here.
There's something. Is there? I think Blue Dot is coming up as well, right?
Coming up where?
As in, they could have a potential IPO. I don't know, in the coming weeks or months. I don't know. It's just hearsay at this point.
You sound like you tapped into the insider network.
It sounds like
me. I don't have any money compared to you guys in here, so I definitely can't be an insider.
Money and insider are different thing, you know, boss.
Yeah.
I don't know anybody either, so.
There's no club where boy have X amount of money to hear these news. I don't think you work at that.
You hit 5 million around
this. So in certain circles, so.
In fact, I think there's a, which I enjoy. I think there's no. I don't think there's anybody looking out and saying, "Boy, Randy and Danhai know about this thing." It seems to be the opposite way.
I can tell you this as a fact. There are people who listen to this and hear us predict things, and there are two reactions. One, vex and sure says somebody in them circle tell us. Nobody has. Or two, vex because them know say nobody don't tell us, so they can't figure out how we know. Because it's either we're Obemen, we're not, or what we're saying and what I teach, what I preach, what Danhai practices is actually true and actually works. And sometimes a man or a woman is faced with facing reality or just choosing something else, and nobody's there to stop it from choosing something else. But the market is always right. Anyway, going back to Cygnus, the APO happened like the people have had the shares in hand early January, and you can tell because this is the share price. 1839, look at it right after that. By the end of January, where is it? Down where it needs to be. By February 2nd, it's at 15, and it stays down there until a lot of noise in late 2021. Late 2021 when, what was expected here? I want to say it was good results. Cygnus.
2021, yeah man, great results.
It was the expectation of great results. And they did come, but the share price went to the 18.
Man said
back down. Yeah. And now it's down at 15.31. And guess what? The next time, I suspect, where are we? Cygnus is so salt. The next report is in May, but I think in May there'll be more interesting things happening. And then after that, we're looking at the next results in
August.
And I suspect in August there'll be more interesting things happening. And then we'll go back down to Q4 at this point, where they're gonna be really good. And I think they might have a nice little rise then, but they have that 18 wall which they created by doing APOs at that level. And you'd have to agree with me.
Again, Q4 makes a lot of sense.
Especially
if it's ignored for the rest of before then.
And it's going to be. It's going to be. Every time it.
Yep.
Yeah, I suspect that a lot of people have averaged down also to the $16 level, which is why every time it hits 16, it falls. Yeah, Mike, that's what we call some technical analysis thing. There's some selling pressure every time it touches 16. It's also I call common sense. It's just if a lot of people can get out at 16 when something else interesting is happening, they will do that. And since you've heard that there's a Blue Dot IPO happening in a few weeks, I think to say weeks. I mean, the only article.
It's just word on the street. It's not confirmed.
Which day word on the street? I said.
Which street?
That's all.
Just random people. It's nothing actually solid, you know. It's just we just see stuff. You know, people excited about stuff like that. So,
I opened LinkedIn by accident just now, and on top of my screen, I'm seeing GK signing with Blue Dot. Boy, look, I said Malika the OBM man in Iran because
Yeah.
I don't open LinkedIn.
You're not looking at work. Father Malik. Father Malik with the Isla stocks. Load up him ring. Yeah. The only thing I saw about an IPO is in a notice from GK. They did mention. I remember seeing something about in the long term.
Yeah, it sounds like what I heard. What was put out previously was that Blue Dot considering an IPO eventually, and they put everything together. Larry buying up by the stairs, but an IPO is being considered eventually. And then now it sounds like it doesn't sound very weeks based on the talk here.
But what? Yeah,
you know what that is.
Yeah, if the circle is saying weeks, boy. Yeah, if the circle is saying weeks.
Then that weeks, right?
Yeah. Be shocked. Yeah, I have so many views on Blue Dot and I'll save those for the Grower subscribers group. Okay. Well, a chill session.
As Malik said.
Or the IPO, yeah. Well, I probably wouldn't say those even for the IPO, but I'll say it in the subscribers group. But for the chill session we have coming up, if you guys in the subscribers group listening, remember to ask me about it. But I'm happy to see on our competitor, I'm happy to see Larry doing it. And yeah.
Another tech-based company.
Yeah, I mean that to me that's
I think it's the least interesting part about it.
Tech.
It is what it is.
Yeah, the biggest tech company on the JSE doesn't know it's a tech company. So
I've yet to see a company. I've yet to see a company be good on the basis of we use computers.
All right. Malik, you have anything else, or if anybody else want to jump on? Have any questions?
Oh no, man. Somebody else can come now.
All right. No problem. So, big up, Malik. Big up
every time. Respect to jump on.
And blow the exams out of the water, please and thanks. Right.
Thank you, because man, I'm going definitely need the energy for all of that.
Yeah, man. All the best with that. And check everything there. Check if somebody want by your IPO.
Yeah.
I don't deal with those kind of things. I deal with God. I'm enjoying my Good Friday. Amen.
Amen. Big up. Big up. Big up, Malik. If anybody else have anything they want to ask for, anything on the market or opinion, any questions, send a speaker request and we'll get into it. I don't have to be anything technical. It can be beginner. It can be a single stock. It can be whatever. I see this guy on Twitter say, first I see somebody on Twitter, Sherry Fantastic Travels and Resorts Limited says, some of us may need to put our foot in the space. Please come join us. We'd love to hear what you're saying. I'm sure we'll have a great conversation. And somebody else, Rick Ross, on YouTube also said manufacturing and distribution stocks will rule 2022. Sounds very. Why? That's one of them. Yeah, I mean nothing. It's so wide. That's like saying stocks on the JSE will rule 2022. I mean, yeah.
We're going to talk about the financial stocks when they're coming back, or the financial stocks.
Yeah.
You think it's in time yet? And I'm like, bro.
Yeah.
You know, the index. We'll find a stock.
Funny enough, though, I do think that it's a sign of the maturing of the market. Yes. And it's from the investor side where people start to think in those sort of, I don't say buckets, but in those terms, and thinking
the jargon is shifting towards it. The retail is picking up more of the jargon, which is saying a lot.
And I'm looking to see when I'll see more retail investors. One of the little milestones I'm looking for is when I'll see retail investors, but serious retail investors who say things like, "Oh no, I literally only." Like I have all my money in the finance space currently, but not accidentally, not just because you expected JMB to be good and you have the rest in Cygnus, right? And Barita.
Because there's something around that space that's attractive for you and your goal.
Exactly. Because I have done that manufacturing game and deliberately, I say for an advanced grow
just-
for how we've done it, but no, go ahead, Danhai.
I mean, just simple. We spoken about it on thing the earnings season when we were talking about this COVID impact and the type of. At the end of the day, we're not looking at it to stop there. We're looking at the sector because okay, this is where the impact will be, and then we break it down further and say, all right, cool. This guy will be impacted in what way? It is good, so it'll be better to be there. Like us buying separate right before whatever, because all the other great things are on it. Happen to be in a certain space, I get benefit from certain things, plus other things them doing. That kind of thing. It's not boy manufacturing and must pick out all the manufacturing stocks and just buy all them because the space itself it don't work. So it can work. So it does for what most people are talking about now.
Yeah, if you're going to go industry, there's a strategy to invest in industry, and I don't want to waste it here. I'll do an advanced grow on it maybe later in the year, or just maybe talk about it with the grow subscribers. But there's a way to do it if you're going to actually do it, and I think the market is getting to the point where you can do it. I have done it. I don't do it. No, I do it if I think there's profit there. I'm a wagonist when it comes to profit. Anywhere the profit there, I'm going there, right?
Which is right.
Yeah, so that's how I view it. And funny thing, I said it since Malik mentioned some low fees earlier, and we know that some brokers might have a no fee or low fee or whatever. I am also thinking that I don't know if it's a bias on my part. Maybe it's a money thing now, but serious dividend investing can now be done. Retail side. I think serious dividend investing can now be done. Yeah, and more. I think the market is maturing, and it's maturing in a great way. I said it earlier. I never touched on it fully, but like I truly think the JSC where it is now is a wonderful point, and it's purer. That's one of the things that people always talk about other markets and the US market and Bitcoin and all that rubbish. The JSC is purer. It's a purer market than the US market right now. It is truly, in my view, truly reflective of the wider investing public's view, more so than any other market, especially not the popular international markets, the American markets or whatever. There's a lot more happening in those markets. I mean, there's things set. Not that they aren't reflective. They are. The market is always reflective of investor ambition and investor hopes, but the JSC at this current point, I think, is very pure in that way. Very, 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 very pure in that way. You hear me hitching on my words because I don't know how much I want to say or not say. I'll say in time. We'll see. But yeah, I really like where the JSC is now and where it's heading. And I'm talking about the company and the market in general, not the stock. Although I do kind of like the stock too. Yeah, I do kind of like. But you did say you like JSC on April 15th, 2022. Anyway, big up. Khalil King, what's up? Khalil King, 810 or 180? 810.
Yeah, man.
Khalil, what's up?
So something one thing to clear up for me about the cube. So sometimes in the pre-market open or sometime when the market open, you will see somebody put a buy order on the buy side and then bid it like past the current price. They bid it at a higher price. Obviously, we don't know exactly why they might try to buy it at such a high price. But you think that they're trying to trick the breaker in to maybe entice the price or something?
Khalil, you do grow it?
Yeah, I'm gonna go already.
All right, you know better than that. You know the first, grow standpoint, right? Grow it through research. You sound like you're up on the seaside. At the beach there?
Up on the beach, no man.
It's probably the fun. It's probably a fun. Yeah.
So that breeze. Yeah.
Yeah. It's not like every time the fun oscillate. Yeah. Your question is. Say your question clearly so people hear again. And in fact, you don't need to be general. Pick a stock, make we talk in a real way. It's easy for everybody to follow along that way.
Panjam.
All right. What about Panjam?
It's not about a stock, it's just something I just been wondering.
No, man,
I know
as in use an example. As in just,
Alright,
is
so
that a real scenario?
Alright, cool. So say you get to one morning, you sign in the J trader, you look at the buy, the queue. Yes, on the buy side, say the current price for the stock is $1. And the sell side is the lowest price is $1. You look at the top of the buy queue, and you see somebody probably bid for $1.30 pass the sell queue, and you see someone you see on the sell queue would have a couple $1 orders, or $1.20 or $1.05. But you see that one person, and it's not a big order. Sometimes it's a very, very small order, and that one person bids extremely higher than the prices on the sell order.
So 130.
And I always find it strange, like why they do it. Usually
Have you ever done it?
One or two person. No, I never done it. I never done it before.
Well, why do you think it's done?
I mean, I don't know why they would have buy higher than the price.
You said something earlier about trick.
Yeah. So may I say the only
tell that, man.
Like may I say the only way the only way I can see it is but like they would try to trip the breaker, but the breaker wouldn't trip the way that either way
trip
is.
the breaker. Trip.
Yeah.
But the breaker wouldn't trip that way, as you've said.
Yeah, exactly. So
why would they try to trip?
So it wouldn't be tripping the breaker. So what would it be then?
It wouldn't be anything. It wouldn't be
what happens? So 9:30 come, what happens?
The trade go through and the market stay what's there.
So simple. I don't know if you answer your own question.
No man, but the thing is, because I'm one of my original reasons, I must say yo, MC too, I must say yo. But what I mean, obviously we don't know why the person did. We don't know why people sell or they buy. Exactly. So but
because they want shares or they want money.
So you want to shares that body that them I guess
what's that bad about it?
I do that.
It's not.
Me too.
You bypass current price?
Me, of course. I don't do that. I don't do set a bucket. I don't do that. When I set buckets, it's a completely different strategy.
I don't buy based on the price is X today. I buy based on that.
Yeah, I don't.
So why you not just set the market order then? If you go bid, so
you can't enter a market order until until trading start.
True. But if somebody case, alright. But the order, some of the times when you see the order is high. Like is high.
Yeah, within 30%. Yeah.
But why would I buy 30% extra? I mean, if you want to start that badly, then
does it trade at 30% extra?
No, it doesn't hard.
But it doesn't hard.
I'm good though. Yeah, which means I didn't trade that high. So if I think I'm fine though.
Yeah, you're right.
So I'm looking at it and you're saying the thing that is done works out a certain way, but you don't think that the intention is for it to work out that way.
No man, me just try to understand.
Yeah,
initially Go ahead.
No man, no, I want to hear your thinking. No man, Danhai, let him say it again. Let me hear your thinking.
Because when me and my bridge and I sit down and I reason, I say, but why the person that with that? It's either two things, is that the person really, really wants to stop, which is fine, or I'm still. I'm gonna go and say, fully. I understand the breaker rule, but it's still kind of confusing to me sometimes. So
you use my money, JA. Big website. You're supposed to love this part then where I got so tired of these things that I just made it very clear to all users. So you don't have to worry about the breaker no more. You don't have to worry about the limit no more. You don't have to worry about how much you can trade. You don't have to worry about the reversal. You don't have to write any articles for JC to write the next article to rebut. It's just very clear immediately where it can go, where it can't go, where the breaker will hit, where it won't. But you know that you're not. But you know you're not tripping the breaker at the pre-open which you're talking about. So you say it's either them really want the. You say you really want the stock. Is either you really want the stock, as you say. That's one, and evidence to support that is the fact that they are putting in the price with their orders. So they're trying to buy the thing and they're putting in a price. So that's one bit of evidence to it. And two, what's the other side?
The other side, I was saying that they're trying to trip the breaker, but they wouldn't trip the breaker. I'm not get to realize. Because the one time that I sit down and actually, let me see if what will happen, and we look at the market go through and nothing happened.
Stocks traded, right? Something must happen though.
And I'm like, so, I mean, me don't know who they on the other side. Actually, I don't know why. Maybe him just really want stock. But
or she?
No, I think you're putting. You're doing the usual. I'm in a place of I don't know what's going on.
So it must be evil.
But I'm going to decide. Not even that alone. Yes. I'm going to decide what it is.
Exactly that.
Wait. So you recognize what it is. So stop doing it. What happens? You check what happens, and then there's a very strong likelihood if people keep doing something and it keeps happening in a certain way, then that is the intention of the people. You know the thing they do, and you know the outcome of it. Why wouldn't it be that the people are doing the thing for that outcome?
What's the outcome though? What actually happens?
That's the question.
The stocks them trade.
And it doesn't trip the breaker.
No.
Does the trade happen first?
It's usually yeah.
So they definitely get the units.
Yeah.
What price? At least when I say walk it through. Yeah. What price they got it at?
The price
at 130. But you sure about that?
Well, we can't. I mean,
if I put in a trade for 130 and it goes through at 130 and the price is at 1, that hits the breaker. But you say don't hit the breaker. So what price? It can't go through the breaker price and don't hit the breaker.
So which all the shares were exchanged then?
Okay, so that's one thing that you do grow, you know it stands for, right? Grow rich with research. You need to understand the breaker rules. I actually I had to give it to JSC for the circuit break. This is the same circuit breaker rule from JSC. It's just on my money JA. And I thought I broke it up into paragraphs like this in the hope that would help people, because I also kind of understand the conundrum that JSC is in, because they've actually told us the breaker rule. Like I almost, in fact, I say it, I think I owe them an apology, because Danhai tell me this long time to him. I remember when Danhai said to me, so this is the same wording, as you can see, I just made it readable. Same exact wording. I remember when Danhai said to me, when you get it, you'll get it, because it's simple and they've told you what it is right here. This is the circuit breaker rule while the market is open. But everything that JSC does is open, meaning like the rules are all open. So I think maybe you just have to go and read the rules to see what happened. And if somebody's doing it repeatedly, is either not the same person, or it's an accident, or they're doing it because they want to. It's that simple. It's not always evil. In fact, I know that most people who are especially new to the market are thinking top on the market and the shorter term guys who are looking for something, I feel like they would take any chance to do something evil, because I'm always looking for something evil. Like the people on the other side of the trade are just about as evil as you. Evil here, I'm not calling anybody evil, but about as evil as you, or about as good as you. And there's a whole lot of power in simply just understanding the rules of the market. That's I know it's not much of an answer, but that's like the truth. Because if you said nothing don't
That's
happen,
it. They haven't answered your own question. You haven't gotten to a point where you're asking yourself a real question. I want to give an answer, but I know what's going to happen immediately. It's going to sound like the thing you want to hear, and there's a lot more depth in the thing you're asking. There's a lot more ways I can be doing that same thing because it's scenario specific.
yeah,
And we heard very different talk around it happening regular day versus IPO day, and people have different ideas around it, and some is still all bad. And I don't want to put it out there and then it becomes something else.
Danhai say. yeah, let's avoid the Danhai say. But yeah, Khalil, the person on the other side of the trade is usually about as evil as you are. And the only advantage that there are only two advantages on the stock market: money and knowledge. Literally, those are the only two advantages on the market: money and knowledge. And knowledge will help you make more money. It's that simple.
Yeah.
There's a huge.
What you should be looking at, Khalil? If you see this happening again, actually ask yourself what happens. Nothing happens, but you know nothing didn't happen. You saw it happen more than one time. Something happened after. It traded. You say you know it traded. You know it didn't break. So what actually happened? Why didn't it break? Things like that. And as in honestly, I really want to actually run down and give you an answer.
Come the advance grow and we can talk about it then, Khalil. Because then if you go into that, it's going to be misconstrued. Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be taken.
How much years now I'm talking about the breaker and then I hear it back very different.
Yeah. So it's done. I see somebody on Twitter, on YouTube, Paul Harris say, even MJE on Wednesday, look at the trades for that day.
Yeah, it's pretty normal. Yeah.
Pretty normal. But what were
it's
the trades?
Okay if you don't know something, then the very first thing you should not be doing is saying this is what it is.
Yeah, and assuming that it's evil is almost never evil. It's just money and knowledge. I think MJE's
things
trade.
That are evil, the evil things that people talk about done in the market, they've not seen the actual evil things yet. Yeah. I mean, like, I've yet to see somebody actually point out certain things as like, think of things you see and say, "I know something wrong with that," and you hear nobody say anything about it.
Yeah, I think something.
But then the right thing, it's oh my god.
Yeah. So then buy up all of the units so nobody else can get. That's what the market is for.
It's for.
That's what the market is for.
It's a market, you know. If you go to the tomatoes and buy every tomato and everybody behind your vex, guess what?
and then turn on and sell the tomato them for double.
I sell the tomato.
Don't buy the tomatoes then. But if you want to buy them, they cost 2 times what I paid for them.
Yeah,
that's the market, and that's not illegal. It's also not immoral.
Mm-hmm. It is what it is.
Yeah, it's just people like the things that you said, Danhai. It's just people not knowing the rules and then thinking for some reason that doing the right thing is a bad thing. It is not. It's just the rules, and the rules are there. MJE on Wednesday. I think the only thing I can think in recent history that happened with MJE was off is that I believe one day, is it a MJE or SVL? It would appear to me like the JSE manually reset a price.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I don't remember the exact details were. But in terms of the intraday trades, all MJE looked to me like it was just a story of of knowledge and money. Mm-hmm. That's literally all it is. April 5th, 100 million units of MJE traded. Right? That's almost, it's a large amount nonetheless. And then on the 13th, 77.7 million units traded. And they also put out their first quarter financials then, the 14th of April. They put out the first quarter financials. This is something I always like pointed out. The blackout for MJE ends. Would start 2 weeks after the end of the quarter, right? So it would start the 15th of April. Mm-hmm. And MJE would, of course, they're required to put their financials out the 15th of May. 1 month later. The man just put it out early. Just
Paul responded, saying, based on the price, the breaker didn't seem to trip properly. Learn the breaker rule. And actually, people learn the trading rules. Because we not even gone into breaker yet. People don't know that.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with the trades.
How do orders trade?
Yeah.
If you go market and we got a part of this. If you go market and say, and Randy say, yo, I'm selling tomatoes for $1. And me there in the crowd, tomato meal buy for $1.30, And Randy say $1 over here, so what happens? He trade whatever the buyer and the seller agree to trade that. And if one side of the trade is breaker and one side isn't. Yeah.
Boom. Yeah.
Stop trying to find a problem. Look at what the thing actually is and then decide if it's a problem or not after that. If you don't know, in the space of I don't know, then that's what it is. You don't know. There is no cool I don't know, so it must be this terrible thing or it must be that thing over there that I did. No. You don't know. Figure it out.
And during the time where we oftentimes have lack of knowledge, it results in the other party with the increase in knowledge making the money. There's a lot of money that can be made by regular people on the stock market if you simply have the knowledge. Ask anybody who's done grow. Khalil, you yourself know it. Think about some of the basics in grow that even when people looking for complexity, I carry them right back to the basics. And the money is found in the basics. Whew. Speaking of MJE, they look like they're coming very close to their NAV. Are they going to be the first fund to revalue close to their NAV?
Oh.
Yeah, I could actually get back into funds. We should do a brick talking about funds. That'd be an interesting one, especially active and passive managed funds. MJE's active management, the man them have been blowing the numbers out of the water.
No joke at all. Yep.
Last year, 2.5 billion in profit. First quarter, almost 1 billion in net profit. I think 2.5 billion in comprehensive income.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
If I'm remembering that right. No, 1.3.
1.3.
Whew. That's no joke though. That's more than 50% of the previous year's net profit.
Yep.
And almost $1 billion in profit in the quarter compared to our last before. This funds are a well-managed and actually active managed fund that is aggressive out there can change a sector or a country, Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, let's wait till we do a funds one. I will see how that look. The power. Khalil, anyway, we got that. Khalil, just remember, just learn the actual rules of what you're looking for. It is not often devious. In fact, the thing that is often most devious is when the other parties don't know the rules or want to see something where there isn't something there, and that leads to a situation like this one here where everybody goes up on a Tuesday and then them come right back down on Good Friday. Damn. 20% gain in this little gap in Danhai between years and here, so 20% gain. If you could predict this like you just predict it and then actually go out and buy it. Of course, you never know the peak until the peak has passed. But
people are asking me about my JMB tweet.
What did you tweet?
And I tell them, just somebody getting shot through the heart. And the story is, I set a reminder, not just JMB, a couple stocks. And that's say, buy X date. And I open it, lucky back, never do no buying. Just to see that go on. Around the same timeline, around the same exact thing I was saying, this is going to happen. Yeah. So that's where the heartbreak came from, guys. I wasn't in there for a long time and waiting, blah, 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 blah. No. I just said, boy, should I buy? Because I told myself to buy and I didn't buy.
Yeah, and that can lead to a whole heap of regrets. I can understand that.
Indeed.
Yeah, it can lead to a whole
heap of 45 and go sit. Buy 45 and go. There's a lot of units could have go through that.
Yeah, me look at my regret stock. I feel good sometimes when I regretted not touching the week time. Let me see if it come back down to my price.
It actually did come down.
Yeah, I look a bit. I really
trading.
Yeah. I might buy some at this level.
Look like it might be going back up.
It depends how the volume look. Big up Malik. I hope you blow the exams out of the water. So just them said they've been class with you and it's serious because the class them really a breed. Her words, not man. Her words were that the class them really a breed them. So best of luck with that, Malik. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry, the next person that we had on was Conroy Robinson. Conroy. What's up, Conroy?
Yeah, evening,
Evening, boss. What's up?
Evening.
I'm there listen to the Mali, their speaker there.
I think so. One sec, let me just big up again. Let me remind everybody that if you have a question or comment or anything, you can send a speaking request and we'll talk about it. Said it quick though, because I don't think we're definitely not going until 2 a.m. I said that and then somebody come with something juicy right at the end and we end up spending too much time. But yeah, if you have a question or comment or anything, send a speaking request and we'll approve it and talk about it. And I don't think we've spoken. Have you spoken to any women tonight, Danhai? On the space? Yeah, you see, Malik, that's how you go. That's how you go, Malik. That's how you go, Malik. That's how you go. That's how you do it. You see him think, women, me, no. He's only talking to his girlfriend, and then he's on Brick Talk. Anyway, I screwed around. Have any women sent a speaking request all evening? I don't think so.
Not even the usual. That's crazy.
Oh Lord, ladies, bless us at least once for the evening. We're tired of hearing from the man them. No offense to Conroy. We do want to hear what you're saying.
No, man, that's not bad. But I want to hear from the woman them.
I'm not trying to be worse than my ears.
Yeah. And they always come with a better perspective. Not better, but better sometimes. A different perspective. And quite a lot of stuff we do. Yeah, quite often. Anyway, yes, Conroy, what's up?
Yeah, man. Let me talk about my point. It's just something I say. In terms of the other type, right? You say you don't set a bucket. I don't know the terminology, but is it the other type you're talking when you say don't set a bucket like?
The truth is, this is why we hate when people come with the fancy talk or the.
Cause when me buy that's why when me buy, I normally.
So bucket have not to do anything there. Actually, finish what you saying.
Yeah, Mr. When me buy, I normally use JT that you normally use the limit. Right, so I set the price when me want it, or normally can go higher. But I don't know if based on your guys' approach, because me really I look into it and I say probably with the IPO with them now, is like me normally as well, I think me know from Mali you name earlier, is that him say sometimes people will set some price and you wonder how why them would want to buy it for 30% or more, or even way would I?
Oh no. That wasn't Malik. I think that was Khalil. Yeah, man.
That was Khalil.
Oh, well, I remember. Yeah, so I can say, in some instances, I see where a person will, like, even, because the market, move by sentiment, move the market as well, So sometimes some people, you put in, sometimes some people put in, like, a low volume, for some stock where the price low too. They can know, say, more than likely a cent you might try push up the price to some extent. It's not like say a price amusement. If you say probably 10 shares by you can say maybe it's a fear because the price done high. But sometimes I see some $1, some one share buy and the price they move way up. They have people in the market to me feel we try to manipulate the market that way there. Because people see the market the price go up and everybody just jump on it.
Alright, hold on. Two things. Bucket is just I see the price at 1 and I think and I see a lot of orders on the buy side in the 90 region, right? But I think somebody will come and sell down a lot to 80. So I put a price at 80 and just go and sit down and wait till somebody sell down to my 80 that's way down in the queue. That's what we call a bucket. Then the price will drop and put a bucket there to catch everything that's falling. That's the idea. So like water drop, you put a bucket. When rain or fall and you catch what's falling. Make sense?
Oh, so bucket up. Yeah, well, I guess bucket
up. Low price we get so.
Yeah.
Your next point, and this is the scary part. A lot of what you just said sounds very scary to me because it's based in I don't understand, so it's terrible. Quote unquote manipulate the market. If somebody gets up and buys some shares, one share at a at significantly higher price than whatever, then that person actually bought that one share. So they bought some shares. If the price is high, then guess what? They spend their money on the high stock. That's not a manipulation thing. The market is a market. The market is what people are buying and
Yeah,
selling.
I agree with it. That's why I'm saying that if a person supposed to buy one shares, so one company the stock value is $5, and that person buy the share at say the stock probably is trading $5, well $5.10, and person put in all a buy order for all $5.90 for one share one. That would you have the same sentiment if the person they put in say 100 shares at say $5.15?
I don't know other person's pocket. And guess what? If I put in a 590 and the order is at 510, it's going to trade at 510 on my one share. My one share will go through for 510. If I put at 515, my 100 shares will go through for 510.
What I'm saying is that sometimes we see it on the market when we see people try to.
No, let me hear this.
Let's say you're saying something. You say you have a lot of knowledge around an area. You're not really sure what's going on, but you decide something around. That's exactly what it sounds like because it's the same thing I just said. You said 590, 510, whatever, but they all trade for 510. I never really know that. If I put in one share, one order, then I'm buying that one share. I don't know the other person can afford more shares. How am I deciding that it's quote unquote manipulation? And if it was quote unquote manipulation, that's not something bad. The person is buying the share at X price. I said it last week. We keep acting like we don't participate in the market. We keep acting like when we buy, it doesn't affect anything else. So when we buy the shares, it don't move the price. But when somebody else do it, suddenly it's a terrible thing. But the truth is, somebody has to be buying at a higher price than you bought it for you to get what you want out of it. If that wasn't the case, then we wouldn't make any money on this. We wouldn't have this conversation.
You never see people like
that's what you're talking about.
One.
No, hold on. Let me hear Danhai. Let me hear him say.
Sorry.
Oh, that's what I say. If you never see like people put in all a bid.
Yeah.
For all one share and it way high above where the queue. The queue is at.
When? At what time though? At what point?
What time? That's the important.
No, well, at what point? I mean, what point of the day?
Like you just see it in the queue?
Yeah, sometimes you see in the queue and you see some shares some shares are one $5 or 5 shares are buy.
Yo, Al,
that's some ridiculous price.
Sorry, let me saying Al. I'm so sorry. I was reading these tweets about Al. I was saying Al, you're not Al. Apologies. Connor, think about this, right? I put in an order for buy 70,000 Barita shares. Or let's use since I have Barita on screen now. Let's use I want to use a stock I like. Let's use Wigton, the stock I should have bought more of, and I probably will. Let's say I decide that I want to buy 1,170,000 or 1,161,310 Wigton shares, right? And I want to buy it at an average of 68 cents each. I put in that order. If I put in at a 68 limit order, it's going to bring me to this point. You big up my money JA for this all the time. It's going to bring me to this order right here. But I'm going to have 2 units left over in the queue. You're not going to see when I put that order in. You're just going to see the 2 units because I don't set a bucket. I just buy orders. I buy what is there, me personally. So you're not going to see that. you're just going to see that there's a buy order in the buy queue. They're probably not even checking the trade. You're just checking the queue the first time. You're going to see a 2-cent order for 68 cents at the top of the queue, and like a 2-unit order for 68 cents at the top of the queue. So I'm like, why would you do that when the next thing is 66? So you can have a 60. Not realizing that that's not what was going on. Or like there's so many possibilities. It could be somebody who just learning about stocks and then put in a test order for the first time. Or it could, you know, happen to me a lot.
Or maybe one share that I can buy.
Check JTrader.
Yeah, and
check JTrader. The next.
What I'm
hold
saying,
on.
you know, is that
I want you to hear.
That could be that.
No, finish your point, because I'd like to hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm not saying to me. If we did say that the people are manipulated, that was it. I would say it would seem as if. So even if there's a one.
Let me cut that early. Hold on. Let me cut that. Let me cut that early with that manipulator. People talk about manipulation on the market, but they don't really have an idea what manipulation is on the market. You manipulate the share price every single time you buy or sell a trade, buy or sell a stock. There's no manipulate. When you say manipulation, what do you mean? Define it for me.
People as a messy. Sometimes a stock, you will see a stock will trade up 30%. And I will find an instance when I say that. Well, I call a one shares, but just one unit buy. And when based on what you saying, it could have be an instance where somebody put in an order and probably one unit leave back for sure. But in terms of when we see the price I trade that, and then the amount that one, so the amount of percentage that one unit is being bought for. So that seems as if to me that does seem, you know, something does seem off with that. So like that's what? Why I'm saying that it's good.
No, hold on. Like what? Like what? What is the thing that seems off?
Find something unless you actually know something is wrong. So what's off about it?
No, I'm saying it seems off. I'm saying
yeah, man. So
it seems off.
Why? Yeah, man. We have
no,
a reason for saying that. Why?
No.
Why do you?
But that's what I'm saying. Why would somebody just buy one unit? One unit. If you buy one unit for evil, say how much money can you make off one unit?
How you know says one unit then buy?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what based on what you were saying in terms of it could be that one leave back. Yeah, that's true. Right, but it's just that the percentage part now seem away.
Why?
So is that if say for instance a thousand they buy, right, and them get 999, that means the one with a leave back. Then you would have said that 999 they wouldn't that 999 would likely be bought at the 30% higher. That would probably trigger the breaker. So the breaker never trigger, that means more than likely, if I'm getting this right, another share leave back. If you get what I say.
No. You say, okay, so alright. You say manipulating. So when they buy that one share at the 30%, the breaker trip.
Yeah, with a chip. Yeah, if them get it would have likely chip.
So you say, so they make a one share order and the breaker trip, but they never really buy nothing else. And you're like, why would they do that? So maybe they did it just to trip the breaker.
Yeah. So.
Alright.
But that wouldn't be manipulation.
That's us tripping the breaker. That's us buying shares. And the breaker having to trip when I buy shares. So maybe.
So you agree that well, yeah, the people could be buying to chip the breaker, but me would I want to be sir. Why would we? What would be the benefit of you buying to want to chip the breaker? I feel the people that more likely want to buy a share if they want probably change the sentiment around it.
Alright, tripping the breaker.
People feel say the price will go up. And in that term, but the main reason would have if we push up the price.
Alright.
I'm not say that is just it seems as what I'm saying, it seems that way sometimes I see some one order or one unit, which where Danhai said earlier, yeah, it could have been a case where so it just leave back.
The multiple.
But sometimes it's one trade.
The multiple.
Be using that really.
Yeah, there are multiple reasons for putting in a high price, buying a single unit, tripping the breaker. So, and none of them are manipulative. Because think about this.
And
Have you ever bought a stock because one unit traded at a high price or a low price, or have you ever sold because one unit traded at a low price?
I don't fully get what you say. Explain yourself again.
Have you
Have I ever bought? Yeah.
have you ever seen one unit trade 30% higher, and so you immediately run and bought the stock after that?
No, my where me there in terms of investment, is a knowledge, I try research before I invest. So even if it go 30% or whatever, I'm not gonna just jump on it like that. I'm gonna do my research. But you have people who will see a stock go up and then just run it down and chase it. But me, instead of me chasing it, even when Mr. Trans Jamaican Highway going up the other day, I sit back and we want to buy it from the $1.20 ad. Right now, but me I do my research and me they have some other priority things other stock when me they invest in. So me they just wait it out. Then me see it gone 140, 150. But that time I have started my research. So if I was probably thinking about just because the go up, me just jump on it, then I jump on it probably at $1.70 and see it come back down now. So you say when me reach in my investment journey, me do my research before me invest.
I like that, but I mean you missed the gain, so you heard. However, there's always gain in the
buy
future.
$1 probably 70 and
if you
120.
well, somebody did, right?
I would have bought it there, but because I have other stock when they prioritize over the investment in terms of that. It was not risk, not saying I didn't want to do the research. Money was tight there.
So I'm not going to ever knock you. I'm not going to ever knock you or knock anybody for doing the research before they buy. I preach that 110%. So I'm with you on that. That's good. You don't want to rush into anything. But my question to you is, do you think that is uncommon? You think that other people are buying without buying simply because the price will go up?
Yeah, yeah. I believe people just buy because them say the price. Eh? No, we can't hold it because you see instances where people just you hear sometimes you hear on social media people hear if them hear John Jackson say something, it's like them run and go buy it. If them them just see a price go up and then everybody just jump on it. And we see sometimes you just get burned.
How much people know like that?
I don't know, but you can hear the sentiment. You can hear the sentiment on social media with people. I know everybody. So yes, everybody had to do research and people not just buy because.
Oh no. So, but don't take me asking to say it again.
But you're asking how much. I don't know anybody right now.
No, man.
I don't even know anybody personal that's doing investment. It's
really. Is you alone? Well, if you wanna, no man, don't take it a bad way. So now I say in the girl group, don't mistake a question for a disagreement. Being asked don't mean that you're not being agreed with. It means that we want to hear you put some stronger basis around what you're saying. Yeah.
Or hear your thoughts. What you get here? That kind of thing.
Because here's the truth.
No, but remember, I explain myself and say based
on when I say no, but
social media, right?
Yeah.
Based on what we hear some people what people say and even on different social media net, right? It seems like say when people say things about a stock, it seems like based on the sentiment. Sometimes there's not even any news. They say that even with Sibani. There's somebody out there that bought Sibani at $2. There wasn't much news about Sibani.
Alright, so you're drifting.
I don't remember the other companies.
You're drifting. Hold on now.
So high.
You're drifting into a different territory now. You're drifting into, don't make the same mistake that Adonic and so many others. Just because you don't know something don't mean that there is nothing out there. Just because for you it don't seem like enough of a reason doesn't mean that for somebody else it's not enough of a reason. Which is coming back to what I wanted to say here, which was, okay, let's say you're not going to be caught by those things, which are good because you do your research. You don't buy until you've done your research. What do you think, in your honest view of yourself, what do you think would manipulate you into buying a stock?
manipulate me into buying a stock.
Yeah, man. If there's
As I
something in the
said before,
market that could manipulate you, what could manipulate you?
well, what you mean, like good earnings based on
I just want to know
the
whatever.
company.
What is it? Whatever it is. What is
Yeah,
the thing that could manipulate?
company doing well based on the future perspective of the company, based on what I think it's offering, and sometimes even at the price that the stock is at, and I see the future growth. Those are the things that influence my decision.
So you'll be manipulated by
So
like
based on
future plans.
your future plans, based on how it's currently going, and based on the culture that it's operating in, and how I think impactful that the culture can have on the environment and the.
So that's the
So
sort of thing that
basically, yeah,
manipulates you, yeah. And so you think, however, that there are other people who are manipulated by simply the movement in the share price. And so if them see a movement, they might not even go and check to see what the volume is. As if somebody on YouTube said that if you order 99,000 shares, it wouldn't change the price just because the buyer got to the top of the queue. And they say ordering a single share at 130 won't cause the price to change. I mean, it's kind of true. If it trades at 130, though, it does affect the price.
It does contribute to the thing then.
Yeah. And if it's the only one, it sets the price. So, I tell you this, generally speaking, because I don't want us to go too far from the point. Do not think that the market is filled with people who are trying to manipulate it. That's a very common thing. Yeah, man. Don't manipulation, like actual manipulation of the stock market, requires a crap load of money. A whole heap of money. And if you have that level of money, you also you likely have the level of knowledge to realize that you don't need to manipulate it. Mm-hmm. The one share thing is not doing what you think it's doing. What actual manipulation requires so much money that if you have that level of money, you don't need to manipulate it. You can simply buy or sell to the level you want, right? When a simple example is that when a large shareholder exits, he exits, right? We've seen the public points put out by MJE about Carib Cement and how they're in disagreement with what happened with the lack of a dividend and the royalty payment to the majority shareholder. And as some form of a protest, we've seen MJE exiting. Look at what happened when MJE exit Carib Cement. You don't need no manipulation. 1.3 million units sell one day, carried to 70 something all the way from the 100 or where it was. You would think, oh well, let me manipulate. There's no manipulation needed. The biggest manipulation weapon is money. Batman superpower. It works. You don't need to manipulate the market if you have the money. If you want the share price to go up, just buy the shares. Share price is a very easy thing to rise if you have the money. Just buy the shares and it will rise.
Well, what I'm saying, is that I know if it's successful or not. Based on what you just said, it opened my eyes to say, yeah, that can be the case where in terms of one stock can remain. But but I believe I believe that it's possible that person could be on the platform or put in a one order at a higher price just to push up the price of the stock.
I also want to understand what you're talking about. Is it that is it that the one share order stays in the queue or trades? That's what I want to ask.
Well, sometimes I see I have to find evidence.
No, man, just give me you know what it looks like.
Yeah, sometimes I see it. Sometimes I see it trade. Sometimes I see the volume. I see one share. Yeah.
One share. So which one are you talking about? One share sitting in the queue or one share trading? What is the point that which one are you making your point on?
Both of them in the queue and trade.
But they are very different things.
Yeah.
Those are very, very different things.
Anything.
If I put in a one order on the queue and it don't trade, it's not doing much in my opinion. Far from much.
Yeah, but that means that probably if in terms of me saying that person could be, it seems as the person could be trying to manipulate. Maybe it don't work because you put in the queue but it not trade. That don't mean that
as in
person are trying to push it up.
If anything that I put on the queue and it stays on the queue,
Yeah.
it's not having an impact because it's not trading.
Yeah, and I
It's
agree
not,
with you. I'm not
it's
disagreeing with
below the
that. So
market
I don't
level.
think it. Yeah, but when I disagree with you, is that I'm saying that if a person put it on the queue, it's in that queue, it could be that the person is trying to push up the order price. I'm not
But I
saying
can't
that
push up
it
the.
has to trade or it has to trade.
What I'm saying is, if
Yeah,
I
you
see
can't push up
Jamaica
the
at
order if it's not
66
trade,
and
but based on
68,
the
No, hold on, Danhai. Make
yeah,
him finish that point because he might not be wrong.
I'm
Finish
not
that
saying
point.
that they
Finish that
can't.
point.
I'm not saying that yeah, it's not.
I'm
It
listening.
will
Go
push
through,
up the
man.
price. If it don't trade, it not gonna do nothing to it. But I agree with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that don't mean that the person who put that order there is not trying to push up the price.
Okay,
But
and
you're
I'm,
Despite it
calling the
never
person an
work.
idiot.
hold
That's what I
on.
was saying.
But you're calling the person
Oh
an idiot.
no,
Well,
okay,
I'm not calling the
yeah.
person here, but you have idiot, you have well, me not disrespect
Like,
nobody. Me
I
not
mean,
call nobody an
they're
idiot.
doing
See.
it so
But you have
much.
people who do use intelligence in doing investment, and some people who, because of lack of knowledge, like even when me start out, and even at this
But hold
point, me
on,
not
no, hold
fully
on, hold on, hold on.
understand the market.
Let me
But you
bring
have
both
some
of them.
people
Let
who
me
does.
bring both of it together. Sorry, not that you're wrong, and I know I'm cutting you off, but I don't want to belabor the point too much. And Conroy, because I like that the fact that you're pushing yourself into it, Conroy. I don't want you feel put out by it. But and I also see what Danhai's point is there. It's not that you are wrong in a Conroy. It's just the assumption that the person who is doing it is either doing it for nefarious reasons or
Yeah.
from lack of knowledge. Imagine if it's not one of those two things. What then could it be?
It could be many different reasons, like one way you just show me, but that though dispute is that may I say still.
No man, hear me out, no man. No, 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 no,
At
no.
no
I'm
point, at no point could I come and say, yeah, me say
no
$1 in the
Conroy.
queue that means
Conroy, hold on,
the
no
person
man.
is different.
Conroy, you missed the gem, you know. May I try help you with something? I'm not going to tell you, but think of it like homework. If it's not nefarious, if it's not a nefarious reason, and it's not stupidity or ignorance,
Yeah.
and since you say it, I'll make it clear, and it's not accidental,
Yeah.
What could it
what then could it be?
Well, with the $1, right? It could be the same reason why.
No man, I've removed all of. No man, I removed that
Yeah.
earlier. That's accidental or leftover. We take that out.
But I don't know the other reason. We don't know the other reason.
Well, what I tell you, as I tell everybody, is either you want to come one of the advanced brick talk, because I don't do this stuff at regular grow. This is the advanced grow topic. Usually like the short term growers, which I am having one at this month. But I don't encourage people to come to grow if they've not done beginner grow, because it usually results in a lot of time lost. But I tell you to look into that. And like I said, the two most powerful things on the market: one, money; two, knowledge. And knowledge is actually number one. Knowledge and money. And I think if you increase your knowledge about what that thing actually is, what the effect actually is, it might make the market look completely different, even though nothing has changed. That's what I'll say to you. So I don't think it's for evil means, reasons. I don't think, not that it can, of course we can't tell if something is accidental or a leftover order, but there are other sensible reasons to do it, and I think it'd be good for you to learn some of those sensible reasons. And yeah, the market changes. I say it all the time. The market becomes completely different if you stop thinking that the person on the other side of the trade is dumb or wrong or misinformed or whatever, right? Because also that's hubris, and that's the easiest way to work your way into making less money than you should. But I like that you're following it up, Conroy, and I hope like maybe next week we'll hear from you again and you go, well, you know, Randy, I went, I did some reading, and here I see some reasons why it could be done.
Yeah, man, and I agree, say, yeah, maybe we need to, do some more research as to why some of the unit them there. But as we come on the platform, and not like me I disagree with one or some more, so just like me I say, there could be many reasons, even being in the stock market, sometimes you see some trade take place, and though people also don't assume things, you can always, you can, me not see nothing wrong if you say one life is a manipulate, the person manipulate it. it could be a reason. But if you were saying that you're the person manipulating it, then that means that you're probably talking out of ignorance because you don't really know the truth.
No, man, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah.
Platform.
Ignorance is not a problem, man, because we all start from not knowing. I'm just saying that. Here's what I'm saying to you.
That's a journey.
If you start from, I wonder if they are manipulating the market. The next, at least my next step would then be, okay, if this person is manipulating the market by doing this thing, how would this thing actually manipulate the market? And then start from that point. I think you'll find a wealth of interesting things there. That's I'm trying to tell you. Just follow that line, but don't just stop at maybe them manipulate. Because okay, let's say that they are manipulating. How? What is the actual manipulation happening there? I think if you follow that, and the how must be linked always with a why. I think the knowledge you'll get from that, you'll become deadly on the market. You'll become dangerous on the market.
Yeah, man.
I
agree with you. No?
All right, no problem. That's Steph say.
I see sometimes I see them trade. So well, you need if you just check it out and do like a research as I say.
Yeah, man. Now you'd be so surprised because the second you do that kind of research, you immediately become better than everybody who has not done it, and everybody who stopped at
maybe
manipulation. Everybody who stopped there, has lost out on the knowledge that is after that point, and it's not hidden knowledge either.
Yeah.
So check it out.
Even on the next topic with the Kingston property.
And let me just pause again. My big. No man, I just pausing again to beg for. I want to get at least one lady. It doesn't have to be a lady. Anybody can send a speaking request.
No,
I don't want you to stop talking. I don't want you to stop talking. I just pausing you.
Ladies are more asleep, but I don't.
Yeah, and that's fine. It's not just hold on. It's not just you. I just put out the call for anybody one more time. That if you want to talk about this or anything, I have a question, send a speaking request and we'll do it. Go again, Conroy. You're saying KP REIT.
King KP, one of my latest, Well, I actually sold some cars. I sold my half car, but I want to buy back an IPO cars.
APO.
I had some. Yeah, man, I wanted to buy back that APO, yeah.
Pause for a second. You sold it at profit?
About that, well, I work it out and my fees say, no, I'm not sold at profit.
But you sold it anyway. You sold it at a loss because...
Yeah, because my fees say would I work out better in the long run if I get it back at the APO price.
You use my money JA by the way?
Repeat that?
You use my money JA?
No, I use J Trader.
Oh no man, not to buy and sell, but to keep track. To use my money JA to keep track of your portfolio, because you can put in my money JA exactly how much you paid for it, and when you bought it, and it will literally track your portfolio for you. So you won't have to guess. You'll know exactly how much you bought it for. If you want to include fees, you can do that. Like let's say KP REIT, how much you say you bought it for? Let me actually do half of it for you.
When did you buy it? How much bought, but I think the fee was less than $1,000 when I bought it.
When did you buy it?
I bought it for. I forgot to check some email. But I can tell you, I think I bought it like at $9.60.
It's a $9.60.
Something like $9.60, and I sold like at $9.49.
How many shares did you? Yeah, I'll do 1,000. I'll do 1,000. Yeah.
Alright.
I'll check how much shares.
Yeah, put in the share value, the volume first, I think, or recalculate.
I'll check something. Come on.
Actually,
I think I have my phone. I'm just check phone.
No problem. I don't mind the accuracy since you've
put in thing there.
Yeah, man, that's something. Maybe I'm surprised that them put the price so low.
We're going to get back to that. Don't worry. I got a real life case.
Man, that's why we were because we had a problem holding on to value company even if it felt that drop.
Oh no! What you just said?
No. Value company.
What that mean?
Yeah, I put in
Company
2%
with value
fees.
potential.
Yeah, man. No, hold on.
So like every company?
About 5,000. Yeah, 5,000 shares me they buying at the company at like around $9.
$9. I use the 960. I use the 960, and I'll
Something
use
like that. Something around that.
5,000 shares, 960, and that then means that they are using 2% fees. So 2% fees would put us at that would be another 960 as 960 as the fees when you bought it. You don't have the exact date, just last year.
Yeah, honestly, I don't remember. You know, I think last year. You want last year or something.
Alright, we'll go April 2021.
What made you buy last year?
Last year. Honestly, you see since after, well, I think a year before the pandemic buy it, you know. You see, well, when me just start out, you know, me they kind of buy a company because how me they look for a company once the profit, that one of the company whenever I would do enough research, you know. But this is where the company they are trade at like around $10. Then me see like it got to $9, and then me never do enough research, but based on what me see in terms of what they're doing, the real estate, I wanted to put my diversify my portfolio, sir. But you want to get in some real estate investment, and me see the acquisition of them they do in a USA, in I think Cayman and Jamaica. So
I always find that funny, Randy.
Thought that it would have been a good.
It's good. It's I like hearing that you said it because I like hearing the reality of how people think. You're talking a very real way. You sold the 5,000 units recently, right? Since the APO announced. How much you sell it for?
$949, you know.
Really?
Well, put that 880 because I never think say they are going cost so much about somebody buy it at $949.
Okay.
Wait a minute. How that work?
I'm putting a limit order. I see it sell at $949. I guess somebody willing to pay more for it.
What time you buy it?
What time? I'll log in a J-Trade and see that. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even going to sweat you on that. Let's say, you sold it when? This week?
Last week, I think the same week when the APA come out. Last week, don't it?
I don't know.
Something like that.
Let's say last week Friday, maybe. Alright, so you sold it last week Friday. So, in that time, so you'd have sold it at a loss of 5%. And we know these are made up numbers. But your thinking was, and it's not necessarily bad thinking. I like the honesty of the thinking. Your thinking was, let me get out now because I can buy back these 5,000 units I can buy back these 5,000 units in the APO, right? So it's here. So yes, you're willing to take a call it a $2,500 loss because I can buy it back in the APO, and the APO prices are
$7.50.
Whew. that bad. That's actually, you may have turned that. I love this. You may have turned a losing trade into a winning trade because the play not done yet. Yeah, because you got out at you got out at $9.49 before taxes and fees, right? But you sell something at $9.49 and you're almost certainly going to be able to get back at least 5,000 units in the APO at $7.50 per share.
Tell the truth, me you say earlier this week like it trade down to $7.30.
But I was about to say that
get it to the price, but just forget the APO. But
I was about to say that if you wait, you might be able to get it.
What? Finish that point.
No man, I guess I don't know why somebody would even want to. Well,
no, stop. I don't care
Yeah,
about what them
man.
selling. I don't care what them doing.
Yeah,
Asking
we
you
don't
why
care
you never buy.
that, boss. We don't care about me. I say it's just that I see people that buy it, that sell it at.
Oh no, you're missing my point. I'm saying you're going to buy in the APO and you see it less than the APO price. Why are you not buying it for that?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying put in an order. I'm putting an order, but
Oh.
never
Okay.
me put in an order.
Well, who knows? At this with this sort of trend, and this sort of a queue, Monday morning could not Monday, Tuesday could come and it's sell for even lower, right? Tuesday could
I
selling
think
even lower.
it seem like other people are probably they are trying to do the same thing. Probably me, they are think of doing in a try for, cause when them announce the APO, they're like $8 odd. So most
It's
people
it's
probably they
it's,
are say.
it's let me tell you a thing about interesting thing about the market. We rarely make money and we're the only one with that idea.
Yeah,
We rarely do anything and we're the only one doing that. Like let's think
yeah,
about it. The whole reason why we buy a stock and the price go up is because everybody else thought cool it should be worth more. So if you're the one jumping out, then here you are, price down because everybody else said, all right, cool, I'm jumping out too.
yeah.
Yeah, man.
The real gain, oftentimes, a lot of the gain, a lot of the basic gain that I make on the market, I know that I make on the market too, is not in finding something that nobody else finds. It's in acting on it before everybody else acts on
You
it.
find it before everybody else.
Yeah. You buy CPJ because of the rise in tourism at the end part of the year, but we buy CPJ at the early part of the year when there is no rise in tourism. Because if I have to wait until everybody sees the rise in tourism, I'm gonna make the same gains as everybody else.
Well, me will buy CPJ at $2 odd, you know.
You sold it at
Sell it at
what?
And you don't like hearing it? That's crazy.
No, man, we'll hear the last
I
part.
sell it at
You know, man,
$4 still, but
yeah, man.
Thank you.
I
I
sell it
probably
at
bought it.
$4.
I probably bought it, or Danhai, or one of the grower grads. You know the grower yet?
No, I'm not doing it. I think there's a time still, you know.
Yeah, we know. Find the
There's a
time I do
time,
it
man.
because I think you get very deadly after once you've done it. This might be the start of a hell of a play for you. You might not actually end this play at a loss. Who knows? There might be people coming out still because if I have Kingston Properties shares now, my options are stay, seeing that the price is trending down and there is selling pressure, because there really is selling pressure. I mean, on Thursday, every trade except the last three were downward trades, right? People are getting out and they're trading at the APO price. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? And if I see a lot of 750 pressure, I'm probably gonna go low. This thing could trend down.
I think it's here that you will low at 148.
Yo, it does
Friday, I
not
think you
take.
will low.
It does not
At
take a lot.
748.
Somebody who have more than 100,000 worth of KP REIT shares selling it,
Yeah.
they're likely to. They're going to get down to 740 if they get it rid of it. And if they don't do it, somebody's gonna do it ahead of them, so they would have to get it even cheaper. So
This is a nice point with what Kyle.
And the thing with it too, you know, is that it's like stuck with that do have a like well, it have a liquid, but in terms of the pension fund, you know, most of the shares kind of tie up, you know, them one. So you realize that most time even they are trade, like just trade $8 to the before the APM attack, then it gone we are $9, then just fluctuate a lot.
it doesn't have a lot of liquidity.
So
Because the type of investors that are in it aren't investors that are interested in selling
Long
very
term.
heavily. Yeah. True long term in the when it comes to like the pensions, and then the people that it invests are usually the people who start to do research on the JSC and them learn about value investing. This is right up the value alley because they buy thinking, oh, you know, I'm getting exposure to real estate. So not that you're not, but change the rent. Let's say you want the profit go up. Change the rent on the host them here. You can't. You're in somebody else's real estate vehicle.
That's something I always want to talk about. They get exposure to real estate or earn from real estate.
Why?
Don't do that through a stock. So the question is, what about real estate that do you want? And can you get it from the stock? If it's rent you're getting, then you're not getting it from the stock. The stock not getting a rent amount time. So,
well, technically, Danhai, they'll
They
tell you
can
that.
get dividends, you know. Remember, so them pay dividends, you know.
So they pay dividends, and their dividends come from their profit, part of which is impacted by rent. But think about how many filters that had to go through before it come to you. Say that again?
I don't need
Yeah. Which one disagree.
If you're
But
looking,
as a startup for any investor,
are you looking for dividends or looking for rent? Are you looking for dividends or are you looking for rent? Are your dividends are you only looking for dividends?
If I can't get rent, no, you have to just work with a dividend, work with something where you can work with. You can't.
That's not the case.
What do you mean by getting rent?
Come to grow. Why do you want real estate?
Why do you want real estate?
Yeah, why do you want real estate?
With real estate, as I said before, me is a person, I kind of invest in a company where I see a lot of value and potential, especially when the inflation, I feel it can bet against the inflation.
That's fair. That's fair.
More likely the rent normally work along. If inflation go up, the cost of rent will normally go up. With
and KP REIT's real estate footprint is diversified, not just in real estate type, but also across countries. Countries. Yeah, like I think in one of the other islands that they have a footprint in a building that has a lot of government and business tenants. Like the court isn't going anywhere, right? The court isn't going anywhere. The ministry of whatever isn't going to go anywhere just because times have gotten harder. They're gonna keep paying the rent, right? Yeah. So that's reliability of income. Then they have some stuff in like Miami. So there's the tourist impact there's the Airbnb impact, there's the money class and visitors impact. No matter how rich or poor we get, Miami will always be Miami. People always keep going there, right? Unless the bombs drop, God forbid. And then in Jamaica, they also have heavy real estate in the commercial, and I think somewhere else they might be looking at residential. So they have a nice footprint laid out, diversified. Yeah. And then they have a nice little way that when I was reading through the document, I refreshed my mind to what they do. I'll save this for the subscribers, but the way that they there's an automatic gain them can book that the revalue, and the way they stagger the revaluing every other year, and then the buys for every other year for the revaluing, it leads to a predictability of profit, which is great. But the dividend, and I should point out as I'm seeing it here, this dividend yield on my money is incorrect, so it's going to be fixed really quickly. Because we're not actually converting to Jamaican dollars. I
think US dollar pay, no?
Yeah, and they do pay their dividends in US dollar. USD, everybody in Jamaica love hear that, but there's a little bit of money in USD is still a little bit of money.
A little bit of money.
Right? At today's rate, 155.43 cents for KP rate. That last dividend would be 12 Jamaican cents, and at 7.51 that would be a yield of 1.6, call it 1.7% on the dividend. Is your rent returns 1.7% on your money? Because we heard Cat Boss at UA. We heard Malik make 4% after taxes and after fees in 3 days on a trade. Imagine how long you have to wait to get 1.6% if you got it at 7.51. Which you got it at higher. You get me?
Mm-hmm. That's part of the point. But end of the day, what you get from real estate, what you earn from a stock is how you earn from a stock. What you earn from real estate is how you earn from real estate. Buying shares in a real estate company that you don't have the real estate access at all, it's a very different thing.
They don't have the US REIT benefits either. There's no real benefit to a REIT in Jamaica.
Then
I mean, I'm not knocking the company. It's a great company for what it does. But when I hear people talk about it,
I think still, based on what the APO, so I don't know, I don't remember exactly. I think they are pointing to themselves to adapt the US because there is no laws governing REIT in Jamaica, but them kind of adapt the US way of doing business in terms of the dividend payout. And to me, based on what Kingston Property team, is that they're doing a lot of acquisition, them doing a lot of startups. So
that's fine.
You realize a lot of the money.
So specifically,
no, hold on, finish that off. A lot of the money, what? No, hold on.
Structured. Then the REIT is a specific thing, and he gets some benefits from having a REIT. That's what I'm really talking about.
Yeah.
Them adopting US best practices and whatever.
That don't mean nothing.
Change that. And we're not. It almost sounds like we're arguing against Cape REIT when we are not.
Yeah. That's the thing that I hate.
From the point.
Yeah. It's not arguing against it.
What you guys are saying, rent, you have to understand, say. And I think you understand it, but even if somebody has say, 1.3% on an investment, may that be a rent money.
Alright, so here's what I'm saying. No, let me make it clear.
Probably ultimate goal probably for you is to have all, if you want to own, if you don't have access to the large capital that normally required to start up any real estate company, then is either just invest in a unit trust, invest in a a real estate. These are some of the areas you can access the real estate.
Hold on, hear me. Hold on. Pause. No, let me try and say it this way. If you get $10 million, right? Let's say you have $20 million. Let's say you get $20 million, right? I have two options in front of you. You can buy a $20 million apartment. You have two options in front of you. You can buy a $20 million apartment.
Yeah.
And that's your entry. It's an investment. You're not buying it to live. You're buying it as an investment property. So maybe you Airbnb it out, right?
Yeah.
Or you can put the $20 million into a stock, a REIT, a REIT stock. Let's say Stanley Motor. Just because I don't want it to be said, I don't want it to be thought of as KP REIT, right? So Stanley Motor. In 5 years, do you think that your gain from owning, forget 5 years, in year one, the gain that you get from owning that investment apartment, or the ability that you have because you own that investment apartment, aka that small real estate company, which has one asset, that apartment. Do you think it's the same as the gain that you get from having $20 million worth of Stanley Motor shares? You know in a real way that it's not. You know in a real way that it's not.
Here me I said, that's why I really want to detail it. It sounds straightforward in a way where I say
because it is
$20 million property.
Because it is.
But here, well, probably not straightforward for me. I can say that
no, that's cool. Go through.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. So is that what me gonna say? Is that Stanley Motor? But I probably want to check the amount of shares outstanding, amount of dividends for them pay. I best believe when you ever buy an apartment, when you pay down for an apartment, you have to think. Normally, I think about. You have there's other expense to you just owning an apartment, despite you have to make money.
Correct. You also have to think about the expenses around it.
Maintenance and stuff like that.
Correct. If something goes wrong, you're the landlord.
$20 million, I gotta do the due diligence and do some investment. I gotta say, as I said before, it sounds straightforward, but sometimes you have to really.
Alright, so
because you don't know how much shares I can get probably with a Stanley Motor. How much the dividend yield. Me that really do them thing, but if me forget, which me not normally do when it comes to investment, is that but I buy the $20 million property, but as I said before, there's other things to it where you can think.
So that's a lesson to maybe you and me, Danhai, to listen to the gentleman, because I did not think that would be the straightforward. I would not buy the apartment. But in my example, I am saying to you that you do buy the apartment. What I'm trying to point out to you here is that Yes, you're correct. The expenses of owning an apartment, it's not a straightforward thing. You don't hear me say this. I'll say something. Actually, message Kalila privately the other day after I saw her post something. She's always saying it. You know, real estate is one of the keys to wealth. And number one, real estate. Number two, real estate. Real estate is
Far
not
from the key to wealth.
Real estate is
Bro.
not a key to wealth.
It
is not. But I don't want to go down that road yet.
If you tell even when me growing in the investment and the knowledge, me kind of look upon real estate and say it's something where it take time, because you see, even if you say the money where you put up for the startup, for you, even if you put in $20 million and buy an apartment and you start rent out Airbnb or whatever, if you rent it monthly, how long it gonna take you probably to make back that 20 million? And even when you make that 20 million, you have a look on inflation and stuff like that. And
welcome. Man, you're going on a road.
Maybe you need to make 30 million before you can say you're kind of balance out.
Yeah, and even more than 30 million, because you also have considered the expenses. Yeah, and if you buy to that mortgage, your interest alone is going to carry more than 30. Yeah, most people who think that real estate is a secret to wealth have never done the calculations. Right?
Or never made wealth.
Or have never made wealth. That's true. If you
who makes money in the real estate game? The developer, the business,
the wealthy.
The guy saying I need to own the real estate. It's the guy providing the service, as always. The company, i.e., the stock.
Yeah, real estate is like jewelry. It's not the secret to wealth. It's really good after you already have wealth. Not that you can't make a lot of money from it, but if you don't have the money, you're not gonna get it that way first. The only way you can get it that way first is either if you get lucky or you get really patient. Because as you've said, it's gonna take a lot of time. That's a reality, at least when it comes to Jamaican real estate. I know I'm speaking Jamaican blasphemy here, but trust me, the numbers agree with me. You are not gonna get wealthy from real estate. I know, but I know somebody who no, you don't. You don't. Of course, the wealthy. In fact, a lot of wealthy might not know. If you inherited it, you might not realize that no, you can't get wealthy by buying it. I used to get so annoyed. People tell me like, "You pay how much for rent? You pay 50 grand for rent? I'm paying 40 grand for my mortgage." You got your mortgage 30 years ago, Sandra.
Yeah, so probably the amount of money with that right now, I probably see very even.
Regular NHT mortgage now is over 30 grand a month. On the minimum, on the small, on the base. No, it's not the reality of it. No, I'm not saying that you can't make money there, but it's not how people think. No, regardless of whether or not you can make money there, the real point I'm trying to bring to you is this. If you own that apartment, that you $20 million apartment, let's say somebody dead and leave it for you. What you are able to do, because you are now in the real estate business, what you are able to do with the direct ownership of that apartment and how you are able to earn is completely different from how you're able to earn from owning shares in a real estate company that you don't have majority ownership in or controlling ownership or heavy say in. You get me?
Yeah, that's true. But as I said before, with me.
Hold on, man. I'm telling you my view.
Repeat that for me.
I'm telling you my view.
No, I'm asking a question.
All right. I remember this point because I've remembered it for years. Ask a question.
In terms of somebody who probably do have, real estate normally take a lot of investment up front.
Correct.
So somebody who
doesn't have that kind of money
in a real estate, but looking to want to go into real estate, but don't have that amount of money. Don't you think that probably a real estate unit trust, or
Stop saying unit trust,
please.
Sorry.
a
real estate. Just going into real estate.
Why do you want to go into real estate? Just to say that you're in real estate?
Exactly. That's what you ask yourself. What about real estate do we want?
No, it can suppose maybe you have your money and you don't want it based on inflation. You want to hedge against inflation. You want to put it in some place that you believe that after 10 years, the value now go depreciate.
So think about it.
Then.
So no.
What you're...
Go ahead.
I can ask a question and.
No, I'm saying you answered your question earlier when you were telling me. Well, I'm about to hear me. I said.
No, stop that.
Yeah, it's your own question earlier when you were telling me when you were talking about the investment property, 20 million investment property, around the expenses around it and whatever. Are also in a completely different profile of return. So if you're looking at, are we looking at returns? You're looking at hedging against inflation. To what level are you looking at hedging? Going into it from a real estate unit trust or whatever it is very different from going to actual real estate and getting that hedge based on whatever returns you get from real estate. It's going to be very different at the end of the day. So it's not a good substitute in my mind because it doesn't the return, the way you earn from a real estate unit trust or a real estate company listed on the stock market is different from the way you earn from actual real estate. So you don't get the hedge you want in that same way.
And then just to add to that, your question was, so somebody who don't have the money, so nobody never did and leave with the 20 million. No man, no man. I'll answer your question. I'll just use Danhai's point as context and answer your question. So your question is, what if somebody doesn't have the 20 million? Let's say I have a 200 grand Jamaican, right? Which is certainly not enough to get into real estate. So then I would buy into I would buy into Stanley Motor because that is a real estate company on the JSE and it allows me to get the thing that is said is that it allows me exposure to real estate because that's how Stanley Motor makes its money, and that part of that money could come to me as a dividend, right? So what I really want, and you said I would be doing this because I want real estate because you say as a hedge against inflation. Correct? So what I really want is a hedge against inflation.
Not real estate. You want a hedge against inflation. Nothing to do with real estate. You go outside, you have your options for hedging, and if real estate, whatever returns you expect from real estate match that level of a hedge, then great. But the truth is that return doesn't have to come from real estate. So if you can't actually go into real estate, say suppose the hedge you're looking for is 7% a year, right? Because you think real estate will grow by 7% or a year or more. To give you that return that would hedge you against inflation. So your money beating inflation, to whatever degree. It's not real estate you're looking at. You're looking at 7% a year. So going to Stanley Motor because it's real estate doesn't actually meet the qualification of 7% a year, which is what you actually want. It just means it's real estate, and I know I can get 7% a year from real estate, but not necessarily Stanley Motor. If Stanley Motor can do that, then Stanley Motor does not fit your criteria. Your criteria is any asset that gives me 7% a year. I know it works for real estate. Does it work over here? If it doesn't, you will find somewhere else. Maybe it's a manufacturing stock. Maybe it's a finance stock. Maybe it's a corner shop. You're not looking at real estate. You're looking at what you get from real estate.
But as far as when me see, one of the best investment, that hedge against real estate.
Inflation,
more than
real estate.
The finance.
I get what you're saying.
Hold on. No, hold on. Let him say. One of the best. No, man.
It's not that.
Conroy. I want you to be clear for me here. One of the best, because you said something that wasn't clear just now, and I want to be clear on it. One of the best way, as far as you know, to hedge against what? Inflation?
All right. I'm not. I think the subject we're probably mislead where the subject is. It's not.
That's why I want you to be clear. What are you?
That's why I'm trying to be clear now. If I wasn't clear before. Yes, somebody who could be looking at say, okay, I want to hedge against inflation. We know that real estate is one of the best in. Well, probably we don't know if I based on what I've heard and invest and knowledge will say that real estate is a good hedge against inflation, right?
What's the basis for that? No, there's a pause. That's why I pause with Pause. The only way something can be a good hedge against inflation is if it either equals or beats inflation over time. That's the only way. Like I say, Colette Smith.
Doesn't real estate do that in most cases?
That's the question you should be asking.
Better than the financials, better than.
That's the hold on. Pause. Real estate. Do not confuse the ownership of real estate with the ownership of a real estate stock.
That's the point.
That is the thing that you're doing incorrectly. Also, how you know for sure? I see to CJA Smith. Obviously, listen, Dr. Smith, send her, okay, I should send a speaking request. And I will certainly add her just at this point to skip the line a little bit because she says it depends on your real estate strategy. And I just shared this to the earning season space. She said it depends on your real estate strategy as well, the location and your knowledge of future strategic development plans for the area. A small investor with a well diversified portfolio can benefit from having property in their portfolio. Hashtag experience. Hashtag Brick Talk. All right, Dr. Smith.
Hi, Randy. Good evening,
Good
everybody.
night.
Dr. Smith, all right?
Yes. I like the conversation that you're having, and part of what I would contribute to this, Randy and Danhai, and the person who is speaking, is that sometimes when I think about real estate, we think about the very expensive properties in Kingston, in the corporate area, but we really don't think about some other areas where there is potential for development, where you have information that development plans are in place, for example, for large hotels to be built, and you may find that you can get a piece of land reasonably in the area nearby because, for example, a hotel is going to be putting in maybe 200-300 rooms. The hotel staff will need accommodation and that kind of thing. So if you plan long-term, real estate investment can work for you. When I worked as a financial advisor with JMMB, I remember I had a police officer that was retiring, and he was getting a pretty decent check. He was up in the ranks and he was getting a pretty decent check. When he came for the consultation with his wife, one of the things they told me is that they had an additional property, a house on their property where they lived, and they were thinking, okay, what do I do with this money, Colette? Part of what I recommended to them at the time was to put part of it in the stock market, put a part of it, convert it to US, keep a part of it on a particular instrument, a particular investment that JMMB had that would give them periodic cash flow so that they could meet their demands and also do some refurbishing of the real estate property. They did that. They have gained over $50 on the dollar on the US since I made that recommendation. The real estate property is now giving them an additional stream of income from rental income, and also from the stock market. They are getting the dividends and they're taking some capital gains from selling some of the shares whose values have gone up.
I love that,
When we
Dr.
talk
Smith.
about that, let's not close our minds to real estate because you can, in fact, invest in real estate strategically and benefit.
All right, help me out,
No,
Dr. Smith.
definitely. No one is saying otherwise.
Yeah, man. And by the way, thank you for saying that. I really shouldn't said that company's name because somewhere this might be taken the wrong way. So help me out. First question I have for you, Dr. Smith. What year was this?
2011.
Are we in 2022 now? All right. And you can't talk to people in business, but give me a ballpark figure, the amount of money that they were looking to put away. Because he was just retiring, you say, so pension time.
Just under $20 million.
20 million in 2011. I feel so bad. And 50x. Wow. 50x. $50 on the US dollar now, and they still own shares, so they're still making some dividends, you say.
Yes.
And real estate is still there. All right, hear me out.
Plus the value appreciating, the real estate value appreciating, and the rental income.
And that's a real thing. And it only took them 11 years, not to count the time that it took for them to put down that nest egg, literally his whole career.
Yes.
And also the fact that they owned a property before, so they would have paid for that property. Yeah, you hear how many things are putting into it, Dr. Smith?
Yes.
That's not the regular person. We're talking about people who are putting 100 grand, 200 grand. Now, I'm not saying these people don't exist.
Yeah.
But that's why I say real estate.
You have a mixture of people on the line, because I'm inviting persons on the line of different age groups, because I've been following Brick Talk. You probably see me online all the time. So I'm part of the tribe. But remember that it's not just persons who are just coming into the market or persons with a small amount of money to invest. You have persons at different levels who are listening to you on a Friday evening.
I know that, you know. I know that. That's why I'm always cognizant of
qualifiers.
of what it is that I'm saying and how I say it. So what I'm saying again is not that real estate doesn't work. If you already have a lot of money, it's great. I have a brethren who now has a bit more money than he had 10 years ago, and he was talking to me about buying a property, a real estate property, and he knows 10 years ago I would say absolutely not, that is dumb. No, I'm like, go ahead and buy it. Why? Because you have the money, and it is not going to be your primary source of income, and it is meant to diversify him and his family's mix of income.
Yeah.
Real estate is like jewelry. It is amazing if you are already rich, but I will not tell anybody that it is a path to wealth. It is great when you have already gotten to wealth. Now, $20 million in the stock market in 2011. I don't know how to pick a stock, Dr. Smith. A known trusted stock. Pick a known trusted stock in 2011 that would have been on the market. I was investing in 2011. So just pick one that you think would have been a good pick for somebody, especially retiring in 2011. Off the top of your head. No great research needed. Just pick one.
Grace Kennedy.
GK. You would pick Grace Kennedy in 2011. And I'm not even going to bother with the dollar cost average, because I already know if a dollar cost, if we put in dollar cost average pension into GK, it would blow it out of the water. So let's say GK and they bought 2011, you say.
Any amount matters.
No man, I like let's say this time 2011. 5103. Let's say 5103 in 2011, April 2011. And it's $20 million. Let me do the math quickly. That would be 391,926 shares. 391,926 shares, paid $20 million for them, right? So 5103 is what it was bought for in 2011. GK, which again, you're right, household name. I can't even go back that far. Wow, we need to fix that. Wait.
January 1.
Yeah, so I'm just going to go January 1, 2012. Although I do want to 2011. So had the entire 20 million gone into GK, which I mean, I don't know, we're going to tell a retiree to put all of their money into one thing, but
Right.
I mean, I'm not saying right, as I would, but I know that you couldn't at
I'm
JMB.
talking about the age, and they're talking about the risk profile and the time, lifespan, that kind of thing.
You see how much they'd have now?
Tell me.
As of today, they would have approximately 123.2 million Jamaican dollars.
If I'd encourage them to go straight into GK with the 20 million.
Yes, ma'am. And in terms of dividends, this year they would have received, last year, the 18th of March, they would have received 567,000. Let me tell you without the tax. 479,000 without the tax. In November last year, they would have received 549,676 as a dividend. In September, they would have received 479,000 without. That sounds like a nice paycheck. Imagine getting that while retired, and imagine getting that and putting it back into GK during that time, right? That's 103 million worth of profit. They could go and buy a property for $50 million now and not break a sweat. And if they're smart, they wouldn't buy the property for $50 million. They'll take a mortgage for $50 million because the dividends from GK that they're getting can pay the mortgage easily. That's how you get into real estate.
Brilliant.
And that's how you get,
as expected from you, Randy. But that at his age and so on, I wouldn't make that recommendation though.
I don't think that JMB, especially in 2011, would make that recommendation. But
right.
I believe
It's a brilliant analysis.
I've never met a retired police officer that don't like money. I've also never met a working police officer that don't like money. But the point is, the market is the best way for, and not knocking real estate, but if you actually want to get into real estate, the stock market is the best route, in my view.
Yeah.
The stock market is the
I
best
appreciate
route
that.
to get
I
there.
appreciate that. With the realities facing us though. And
No, it is with the realities facing
us.
us, It's with the realities facing us that the stock market becomes the best, because it is so expensive to start in real estate that you need something that can compound your money much quicker and much more safely than anything else in order to be able to start. Because let's not forget that you can also borrow against your stocks.
Yeah.
So imagine building up a nice portfolio and then borrowing against that portfolio and using the borrowed money as a deposit on the house. And then you Airbnb the house, and the Airbnb covers most of the mortgage, and the rest of the dividends cover the cost for the loan against the shares, or you have to pay it if you keep it at the right level and you borrow it at some brokers. And so the dividends from that pays the cost of the loan, and the Airbnb pays the cost of the house, because you got a nice deposit up front. These things are actually possible, and that's the things that I want people to know. That's why I say real estate is not a road to wealth. It is something that can make you a lot of money, but it's not one of the first steps. And if you don't have the millions to start with, look at the stock market, because you can start with $1,000 on the stock market. You cannot buy a house for $1,000.
Yeah. Quick question, Randy, before I jump off. Put yourself in my position as a financial advisor at the time, given the age of the gentleman and his realities. What would you have done?
I want to keep my job, or I don't care.
Both.
I have lost maybe many wonderful opportunities simply because I struggle with not remaining honest, and I would tell them that, listen, your best option, blah blah blah, yada yada yada, let's take a walk outside and I show it, and as soon as we step through the doors I say, listen, take half of your money and put in a stocks, take the other half and put in a stocks. Right? And that's not how you keep your job. And I understand the pressure. There's no easy answer. Me personally, I've been preaching stocks from before 2011. So I would continue to preach that, but I would understand if somebody working at JMB would not. And in 2011, a lot of people at JMB weren't really understanding the stock market. It wasn't as popular as it is now. It wasn't as big as it is now.
Not really, because we went in with the knowledge. We went in, the hiring process is kind of rigorous. So we went in with the knowledge and we discussed the fundamentals on a regular basis, and stock market. I don't know why you would have said that, but we really, we don't just work on what a lot of we didn't just work on what a lot of organizations worked on. We really had the fundamentals, but we also understood a lot of what you're discussing, which is why Brick Talk is so interesting to me, because I can relate to a lot of what you're saying, and I love how you break it down, you simplify it for even the person who knows nothing about stocks, and that is really what JMB did at the time. I'm no longer there, but I have to give them props.
Okay, yeah, and I won't knock them in. I started out with my portfolio there, so I'm not gonna knock them. And they did take the market seriously. Well,
Yes.
they did give more access to the market than almost everybody else. Not almost. They in 2011 access to the market. It was through JMB. Moneyline at that time was the top thing. And there was and they democratized a lot of that access. But
trust me,
your question was around if I was a advisor at the time at JMB, could I ran the road, know that I would tell them that. But yeah, anywhere, the industry just wasn't, even now the industry probably wouldn't do that. Even now they wouldn't send them into that. They would do what you said. It sounds very sound.
Definitely.
Yeah,
No
you
question about it. In fact, the industry, exactly like that. It would be, I need to think that what's the fund? Because you say put it into a product that they have, definitely happening. Talking about real estate, definitely happening.
Put in something that kick off a little bit of cash.
They probably think that they probably less towards the stock thing actually. Probably a stock unit trust more than actually directly invest in the stock market.
And that was probably the thing that had the cash dividends on it, and then another thing index against the USD. And they split the money 4 ways, 4 different fees. Works out nice if you own JMB shares. And
They're still happy. They're happy.
Yeah, because they don't know better.
Man, not because they don't know better, because we met them where they were.
Dr. Smith.
Recognizing the age, I can't forget that.
You must find Squaddy right now. I say, Squaddy, you could have 103 million in profit right now.
Love you guys.
Thank you very much, Dr. Smith.
You're welcome. Thanks.
You're welcome. You're welcome to that. Conroy, thank you very much for leading us to that point, because I hope you got from that, Conroy, the point that Danhai and I were trying to make, that it's not that real estate is bad, but you have to question yourself when you say that it's the best thing and whether or not it's actually a hedge. Because sometimes we say those things because we've always heard it, but nobody never really checked to see what else is there.
It's a hedge.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, man, big up, boss.
Yeah, man, big up on yourself. So, yeah, we just need to continue to do the research, continue to learn. Yeah. But based on what you ask, still, I think I want the best. But until we get me from until we do research and think otherwise. Yeah, I agree to what so like say me sometimes I don't agree with it, but most times I think we're on the same
talking about as a hedge, sure. As a path to wealth? No way.
No.
No way I'm talking about real estate as the best. It's either I'm talking about stock market or a private business as if I'm talking about best. Real estate, you buy when you have the money. Not to get the money.
Well, you have the money. So everybody born with enough money.
I think don't born with enough money.
And that's why you don't have the real estate. You have a lot of money, you're not talking about real estate. And
I'm sure you can't start a little bit in a real estate and go on.
How? If you have the money.
Conroy, you see now you're gone into your field, but you don't really know. Check the numbers and you will learn what I learned. Deal with the real estate like the Bimmer. Buy it after you're rich, not before. Because if you buy it before, it's going to make it harder for you to get to rich.
And Conroy, trust me, I have
so
many.
Maybe I'll ask you a question, but I know probably not go on answer. So what one thing got it otherwise from real estate? What are some of the
many times the stock market or a private business?
Then the stock market, then the real estate about that you would consider real estate.
All right, Conroy, I'll cap with that. I'll cap it off with that.
Honestly.
So let's say that you're thinking over the last 2 years you want to hedge against inflation, especially with the pandemic, by using KP REIT as a stock, right? You would have bought it in April 2020. And it might work out good for them. April 13, 2020, $6.20, and you're now at 751. 751, 620. That would mean that over the last 2 years, you would have increased your money by 21%. Now, this is where it gets very personalized. If I had a 9 to 5, if I had a family to feed, if I'm thinking about my pension, and over the last 2 years, my pension grew by 21%, I'm cool. Because I'm still working, I still keep my job, and I hedge against it a bit. How much was inflation over the last 2 years? I don't know if it's over 20% over the last 2 years, Danhai? I think it might be in or just about. Or in that region.
Yeah. What are we talking about in there? Are we talking about inflation? Or are we talking about path to rich?
No, man, inflation in Jamaica. First, I started with inflation. Cool. You have to avoid the bad before you get to the good.
Probably not go on to 20 minutes.
No, I just gave the number I just gave you is the exact number for Kingston properties. And if you do Stanley Motor, it might not be much better. And
no, the inflation rate, me I say probably.
I think it may actually be worse. It may actually be worse. We could check it, but I won't check now. But it may actually be worse. No. That is if you go to what you call your real estate exposure. And Kingston Properties is one of the purest real estate exposures on the market. would you have put your money in Kingston Properties for the last 2 years versus almost anything else?
Yeah, but we have to understand. Right. We have to understand. The investment in the stock market. You don't know how. You hear me?
I hear you clearly.
No,
But you sound like you're about to tell me that I don't know how it's going to go.
How the stock market I go work. You know what's the Kingston
If
Property?
if I believe that, we wouldn't be on the show doing Brick Talk.
Exactly. You wouldn't anybody say that.
Yeah, any day I get up and I can't predict the future for sure, but I'm pretty good at this stocks thing, and
But as I said before, that's why when
so I said, no, hold on, right? Conroy. I said I gave half of the sentence. I said it would personalize it. So if I was a working person, as in my pension, 21% for my family, that's good. If I personally, Randy Rowe, only made 21% on my portfolio between April 2020 and now, I'd probably be dead. I'd be devastated.
I have to answer it, or me would answer it. You see, where you look on the price.
No, but you asked me.
So
for me, yeah, but hold on. Tell me something. You'd be okay making 21% when you could have made 568%?
Maybe I could have lost 100%. In
what, stock market? No, I don't in the stock market now.
That make loss. NCE was about $250. Now it's at just 100.
That's 100.
That's if you're investing blindly. I don't advocate that. If you invest the way I advocate, you make some serious gains. There is no but to that. There is no but to it.
Yeah, but what you're saying that you could have invest 5 years ago is that
did.
So you say you know a company now. The next 2 years it will go 500% and without a doubt, because
not without a doubt. There's no without a doubt.
No, that's not what they are saying. No, but Randy, let me say where it's so like you say is that you give me an option to whether invest in that 500% or invest in Kingston. I'm going to choose Kingston Property. We don't know. Kingston Property could have.
We do know. No, it couldn't. It didn't. Yeah, and they're about to ensure. They are about to ensure. Hold on. Hold on. Now. How are you so versed? No. Which one? I thought you thought that you think you know this a little bit more than me. Listen to me and let me tell you with my little bit of expertise that I have.
What you say?
Listen, because I thought you're listening to my expertise. I'm telling you what my expertise is doing. In 2011, I was investing on the JSE. 2 years ago, 2020, I was investing on the JSE. 2 years ago, 2020, April 2020 is 1 month after everybody knows say COVID is real. Them drop the first COVID and everything start flip up. I didn't put my money in Kingston Properties. You think it's accident why I didn't do it?
No, but how reach you? So I'm not understanding reach you.
I get why you're being lost. I'm trying to show you this. I'm saying the act of investing, at least the way that I preach it, the way that I talk about it, practical investing is not an accidental thing. It's not an if and but. It starts with the fact that we take as a flat known thing that we cannot predict the future with 100% certainty. But you can predict the future with maybe 60, 70, 80% certainty. Sometimes 90% certainty. If you go back 2 years ago, you would
have probably 80% sure the Kingston Property would have been at the price that it's at now.
Maybe 98% sure.
Oh well.
Which is why my money never went into it. You get me? And as maybe I was maybe 70% sure that 2020 eat off then. As maybe 70% sure, 80% sure that Pulse, the other APO villain, that Pulse would be in 2020 at this time would be flying.
And that's why I was in it.
Boom.
But Randy, you can always talk about the one where you know do good enough, right?
No, not the ones that I know did good. That's the ones that I put money in. That's how we invested in.
Yeah, so So you never invest in nothing and it go the opposite way than what you think.
I don't make losses, brethren. I've invested in stocks. I don't make losses. I've invested in stocks and they've not done what I wanted them to do. But that is a part of investing. So you have to factor for that and you immediately move. Come and grow and I'll show you a lot more. Trust me. This thing is not an accident. It's not a guess. It's not lotto. It's not scratchers.
I don't think I guess, but it's just that some of the things that we are saying in terms of the real estate and you investing in Kingston property. It's like, you know.
I know it seems like blasphemy now. If you come do it and you pay attention to it, it will stop seeming like blasphemy.
What it sounds like is, again, it's not an attack on Kingston properties. It's not an attack on your portfolio.
At all, yeah.
It sounds like a defense. Trust me, there is no attack. The truth is, what we've been saying from the start.
But you know, what we need to look at, sometimes we look at, you're looking at the stock price, which
it's how we eat. Well, that's why you make that mistake. No, that's not what we're looking at. Hold on. Listen to me now. Hold on. So we don't waste time because it's late. No, man, we don't want to waste time because it's late. You assume that we're looking at the stock price. I don't look at the stock price to predict what will happen. If you understand how I predict, you'll understand why it's not accidental. You hear I say? Maybe 90% certainty is why I didn't go in there. In fact, April 2020 was literally when I realized, wait, ratted. A couple of things dip well, man. I've lost money and I don't lose money. So that was when the recovery had to start. What I did between April 2020 and like June 2020 is some of the best investing I have done with larger numbers because I had a bigger portfolio then too than I would have had previous to that. And I had to be doing COVID recovery. By the time we got to the end of 2020, you know, people are saying that, oh, you know, it's a bad year. I never know that. Ended the year with triple digit gains. Why? Not accidental. If I ended the last 2 years with 21% gain, I'd have to throw away my portfolio. That to me would be abject failure. That is not accidental. That's not lucky. There's a way to see these things. There's a way to predict them, and it's not luck. It's not accident. It's not guessing. It is, and if you want to be loose with the word guessing, it is some amount of guessing because I can't read the future 100%, but you can read the future 90% sometimes, 80% sometimes, and you can also plan for the 20% if you get it wrong. What do I do? Come to grow, because you tend to say you're watching revenue, I know so you're on a bad path already. Because Kingston Properties revenue is about to go very, very high.
Watching revenue is actually where we started, and the point I think you're missing. We're still talking about real estate instead of the point where you buy real estate, you earn from real estate in a very different way than you earn from the stock market. The stock market not really paying a revenue off on a company. You own the real estate, you get a revenue from it. Different ball game.
You own the stock? Yeah, sorry, you own the stock? No, go ahead, Danhai. Go ahead.
If I was in Kingston Property revenue line as how well I am doing, no go so. I can't watch the revenue line. I'm watching the stock price. The stock price is where I make my money as a stock investor. Could the revenue will come more? Revenue could have buck. If the stock price don't move, then guess what? My money still down where it is.
Yeah. Somebody telling you to watch the revenues, them telling you to watch their pocket, and you must feel rich because I'm making more money.
Yep.
In fact, for you to earn off their revenue, it has to go into the revenue, be filtered through their expenses. Hold on, listen. I'm telling you.
You watch the stock price.
Listen, I'm not telling you I watch the stock price. I'm telling you what I do. If you're watching the revenue, you're watching, for you to eat off that, you have to watch the revenue, watch it go into their company, see come out of the cost of goods, see come out of the company's expenses, see come out of their interest costs, see what's left over go to the government as tax, then what is left after that becomes profit, and then the board of the company decides what piece of the profit they're going to pay out to you maybe next year. It have to filter through so much for me to get it, and then tell myself when I get the triple and say, oh, look at that, I've got real estate exposure.
So when you invest in other companies, they not go through them expense and everything and figure
Yes,
out.
and we're not saying no. We're saying that, in fact, you're making the point we're making. It's the
Exactly.
same as any other company. If I get 2% dividends here, with real estate, manufacturing, finance are the same 2%.
In fact, if you're going to play that game now, where you're admitting to yourself that you are getting money filtered through revenue, all those lines, all the way down to net profit as a dividend, then there are better companies out there than this in terms of paying that dividend.
Yes, because companies are paying better dividends than real estate companies.
If that is what you're looking for.
If that's the point you're making, then immediately real estate is not the best option for you. If you're looking at real estate stocks for the dividend yield, then it don't make sense anymore. Better find a better dividend yield.
Because that's what you're really looking for.
We never said that.
No, but we're saying that you are saying that.
Before I got dead still, so I have to go. Nice talking to you, but before I watch you got dead right now. So.
Yo,
If I can't wait, you know, I can't go charge. It's not which part of my day.
No, man, I late.
No, man, it late.
I can't wait still.
No, man, yo, listen, we do it every week. So next week, we do it every week. So next week we'll link up.
Yeah, man, but normally listen to it still.
Yeah,
man. No problem.
I agree with it still. But
yeah, man. So next week we'll link up on that.
Yeah,
man.
No problem, bossy.
Yeah, man.
Damn. I really hope you come on the grow though, because I can tell you're going to be out in the profitless cold for a long time if you don't do it. It can be a rough road out there, waiting. Jenna say I watch revenue that night.
Full of losses.
Yeah. I bet
we'll continue this still, is it? But
tell me something before you go. You own more than 10,000 units of Cygnus?
Cygnus? No, I'm not own a unit of Cygnus.
No.
Word. What's your biggest investment?
My biggest investment. But you know, so I normally cap off everything at the same amount. I don't really have like, well,
I'm not surprised.
Biggest, probably a meal pack are probably the biggest.
Okay. But you cap everything at a certain level to diversify properly.
Yeah, I try diversify, but everything what I try to know, everything now reach that level, but I try put everything at the same amount in terms of cost.
Good luck.
The night is dark and full of glasses.
Good luck. All right, there was a young lady waiting who I skipped when I let her on Dr. Smith. And if she wants to send back her thing, I'll make her be the last person to speak. Otherwise, I see Sir Dre Amazing. I see Sir Dre Amazing joining us. So he if she doesn't join, or if anybody else doesn't send a speaking request, it'll be Sir Dre Amazing. What's up, Sir Dre? How's things that side of the world?
Yeah, hi, hello. Yeah, I'm at work actually. Yeah, I'm there. Just listening to the interesting takes, and the anti-brick talk people, But I mean, it is what it is.
I don't think it's anti-brick talk people, and those are that other people. All views can contend. It's just the facts don't support all views.
All right, so the opposing views, I should say, not anti-brick talk. That's a bit strong. Yeah, I was scoring the internet for some Fesca news and not seeing anything. But we're still out here holding the faith as usual and watching the movements to see if anybody's selling for cheap, so I can jump in some more.
You might get your wish soon,
Yeah, because is what it is. I know that I think everything else though in the universe seems to be pointing towards the price might be going down with the addition of I saw something about another energy provider recently. I can't remember right now because I work, but I saw something about somebody trying to come to the market who sells. But we listen to the teachings and we do research, so I have no worries.
Here's another one to remember. One, Fesco need to send you like a package or something because you're Mr. Fesco, brother. You love them. but also, don't. That's a Jamaican thing that we typically have. Don't take the presence of competition to mean that everything a terrible thing. No, it is probably the presence of Fesco that caused the competition to say, hey, let me look at listing. Also, listing is not an overnight process, so they're not gonna be on quickly, and it might not be a bad thing for Fesco.
Competitors listing doesn't change what happening with Fesco necessarily. Could be two of them with a nice rise. You have two gas companies doing well for your portfolio. Look at that diversification.
Indeed.
You can say you're in the energy sector.
That's it. Energy sector. I was wondering what you guys think about. You think the banking, the major shareholder, the major network player in the NCB, you think anything? Because I know they're trying to move out into the region, but I noticed, as you know, we know what moves the share price, but I was wondering if NCB would ever get back to those astronomical numbers that we saw in recent times.
Grace Kennedy was at $50 in 2011.
That's a good point.
It falling down isn't a never rise again moment. It isn't a. It's just contextualize it. You know the tools. Look at the company, and then you make some predictions around what causes NCB to move to that price, and when will that happen? If that will happen, all of that.
Yo, you know what?
Yes, I think it'll be about that one day.
Yeah. Let me give you like my proper views on what's happening with NCB, like the real industry talk, meaning around this part of the industry. Not that I'm in the industry, but I think NCB has not necessarily been as aggressive and useful with its market leader position as it should have been. I think it has been fumbling the major bag that it has. And I think that they will have to work, and I respect them like hell. I would love to sit down and talk to Patrick Hilton to have an idea, because this is not an easy thing to run. This group, this massive group. But the giant can always be killed if the giant doesn't keep him or herself safe and always look out for it, right? And there are always other giants out there. I suspect another giant is coming to the market soon that can pressure them. And while NCB has done a lot, I think maybe they need to be more aggressive and a lot faster with. I'm going to use an analogy here. I kind of hinted at it earlier with the SVL. SVL's bread and butter is cash pot, right? In the same conversation as mentioned, I had with somebody, SVL's bread and butter is cash pot. And Scratchers, in my view, I don't think it is cannibalizing cash pot yet, but it could, right? It could. But if something has to cannibalize cash pot, and I owned and ran SVL, I would want it to be another SVL product. In the same way, NCB is a major banking group in Jamaica that has stretched its wings out to the region, and it is still a powerhouse, an insurance and investment, blah, 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 powerhouse. But I think it has to ensure that if anything is going to cannibalize its power, it needs to be something that comes from within that group. And I think how it looks to my eyes right now, there are a couple of things out there that could knock them out of contention. No, nothing is final, nothing is dead, and NCB is still a massive, powerful thing. They can turn themselves around. But I think they have to do those things, and I haven't seen... I'm not in the company, so I don't know what their plans are. They could do stuff. I like Link. Link seems interesting, but okay, like I see the tweets. Everybody talking about Link all of a sudden and spelling it correctly. These people don't spell nothing correctly and then spelling it correctly. Come on. We know they're paid, but that's cool. That's cool. So your marketing is looking at a different level. That's smart, that kind of marketing. So I like the marketing for Link, but are you bringing that experience to the rest of the banking group, the financial group? On the investment side, where the real money is made, the insurance and the investment. Are you the aggressive investment player right now? Because GK look like they're the ones doing it right now. Right? And GKFG is on everybody's lips, even though they don't seem to know it yet. And if another competitor comes to the market to externally, that's another little midget trying to hack away at the throne, right? And then you have little things that little automatic things that I expect giants to do. They should have. This is not whether or not that guy on Twitter have sensed point. GHL should have been split. Should have split GHL. Because NCB themselves could have benefited from that. There's no reason for that share price to not split. Why you bring it to market at this price? Well, see the market split it, right? So that is potential lost. There are loads of little things that you could do. NCB, in my view, if we had more time, I have this long speech I always like to give about how I think a lot of what happened with the Jamaican economy over the last 10 to 15 years, I can link it back to NCB opening up and democratizing financial access generally. But you've done it, that's great, but you can't win the race because you won the last race. You need to do it again. And the new race, go ahead.
Jamaica is so easy. Like, just not easy from just do it. But from NCB's perspective, I love that you touch GK and SVL because they're in a market where it just makes sense for NCB to be eating heavily. They're in a certain direction, but they need to be there much more strongly and from a different angle as well.
Think about this. People bawl about the unbanked, but SVL is not bawling about the unbanked. The day SVL decided to turn around and fix the unbanked problem, it fixed. And then suddenly the betting companies are banking group, right? The day GKFG decide it's already there. So this is not that one big person will come in and grab the pie. Is that a whole heap of little ants stealing pieces of the pie, right? Within the investment space, everybody else getting active. Are you still keeping the same old standard? Are you not pressuring the standards to bring more companies to market? You still have the old standards? Well, guess what? People are listing elsewhere. Right, Mayberry has been on top of the junior market for a long time, and it's showing that anytime they want to, they can go right back there. They're still looking to me as the most potential field with the junior market listings. GK is showing that, hey, we can do a thing too. It's like listings after listings after listings, and it seems to be, I could do an entire brick talk about just what I can see as potential within GK, the things that they have done, and the things that they've done. You know how much of the stock market used to be a GK subsidiary? There's so much of the stock market that if you know the history, that used to just be under GK. Kingston Wharves used to be, there's so much. Anyway, that's another little piece that you've lost there. Insurance, you bought that wonderful insurance group. I love that move. Big move. Okay, now what? Now what? Because Sagicor is right beside you. JMB is in Sagicor. Right? And JMB itself might get slipped. If the right person grab JMB, what suddenly happens, right? Barita, that has been the dark horse. I've never actually said why I think it's a dark horse. But if that comes true, that's another little knock. Right? No, I said fully. And that's with external parties. There's like so many little small pieces that eating off the pie, and NCB isn't doing it. And they're allowing some of the easy wins to fly away, and they're allowing some of the major wins to fly away. They're nowhere near the point of no return. I still think of them as leading the race, and they're major in where they are major. But you know what they've said, hard work beat talent if talent don't work hard. If NCB is talent, there's a lot of people out there working hard.
I forgot to do that. Hello. Hi, Oscar. Hi. That's all. Alright, guys, I have to go. Students coming.
Big up, Dre.
Big up, bro.
Oh boy. Alright, I'm taking one last person who definitely calling tonight.
Alright.
I only taking one last person because they sent the speaking request. I think it's DJ Skifla. Skiflamatic, okay. Big up Skiflamatic.
Yeah. So first I must say good morning to everybody. Well, good night still, cause be a star there and only night alone star come out. But yeah, it's like just to touch on a point we made earlier. You hear me clearly firstly?
Yeah man, we hear me clearly, man.
Yeah man. So alright, what you know? So you mentioned a while ago about you touched a bit on diversification, right? I didn't hear everything that you said about it because I had to step away. But you know, to me, kind of sounded, the little that I heard, it kind of sounded as if, you know, you were against diversification in that, and let me expound on that a bit, because I know it's late. But yeah, so as I was saying, like, you know, in specific, or specifically industry diversification, where you know that, all right, my portfolio is consistent, you know, or consistently has stocks in the, you know, let's say the energy field, right?
Mm-hmm.
And my question really is, it's actually a series of questions now. So this is my first question.
Just
So,
ask him. He didn't have to
why,
give context. Just ask him and we'll go
wrap
through
it?
them.
You want to wrap it?
Yeah, man. One after that. What the first one?
Yeah, man. So, are you firstly against, industry diversification?
I am no. I am personally against. I'm almost 100% against needless diversification.
Yep.
All right.
Are you diversifying for the sake of it? They don't make no sense
Yeah,
to me.
yes, and no, still,
No, you can't.
because
You can't be.
No, how?
There
It can't
can't be
be yes
both
or
of
no.
them.
well,
So tell me,
yes,
so you're diversifying for the sake of it?
yes, because I
What?
want to make sure that if it's a case where a certain industry is performing poorly, the other can bring up my portfolio, right?
That's how
So
diversification
essentially, that's what
works.
I mean.
So
Yeah,
that's not thing there. That's not thing there.
well,
You're
that's
doing it
what
for a
I
reason there. You're
mean.
not doing it for the sake of it. You're doing it for risk. You're covering your
Yeah,
base
for
to make
risk,
sure
yeah.
that this part of your portfolio. But guess what? That doesn't always save you.
Uh, so what would you
Things can
recommend
be
then?
happening across more than no. What I recommend, okay, I can tell you what I recommend. I recommend that you look at the companies or whatever you're investing in, know the risks around
Mm-hmm.
it, know what those risks look like, and then
Mm-hmm.
put things in place to make sure that you can be affected by that risk. If I go to finance, manufacturing or whatever, and COVID come knock out the whole economy, then guess what?
What?
Everything get boxed.
Yeah, facts.
It doesn't stop it stops it in the case where okay, this part of the portfolio will be affected. And what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying then is I want to make sure my portfolio is in 4 different industries. So if any one industry gets hit, then I'm fine. It doesn't stop the case where all industries get hit, which is less likely, yes. But it also have a problem there. If I put this piece over here, so this piece over here, so do you expect strong returns across all of them?
Yeah.
Hold
See,
on. I want you to get a real answer. Then I give a complex answer. Give me the Buffett answer.
Yeah.
The Buffett answer, the simple answer. Diversification is for people who don't know what they're doing.
Facts.
That's the only time you
And you
need.
want to say what the tone kind of mean?
That's
Yeah,
a full statement still.
Not it. I sure
But
it's low,
why?
but it's real.
Why? Why
Diversification. Why are you diversifying?
Why?
You're diversifying because something that you put your money in might go down, right?
Yeah.
So the secret to avoiding something that might go down is to understand it well enough to see if it is something that might go down, so you don't put your money in it. Now, if you don't know what you're putting your money in, spread your money out across a couple of things so that if one of them drop, some of them might still rise. But if you know what you're doing, why wouldn't I put my money in one thing? Simple truth. If you put your money in like 5 companies and you want to make 100%, all 5 of them have to rise an average of 100% for you to get there.
That's a good point, I never look on it that way, yeah.
I know, most people don't. Is it easier to find 5 companies that will rise an average of 100%? Or is it easier to find, let me not use 100. Is it easier to find 5 companies that will rise an average of 20% in 1 year? Or is it easier to find one stock that will rise 20% in 1 year?
Easier find the one still.
So why would I go to 5?
Yeah, good point. But
And if I can hold on, and if I can find 5, or if I can, it means I can find 1. And if I can find 1, why would I put my money in 5? Because the 5 of them might not get there.
Yeah. So
Diversification is for it. Needless diversification is what I'm against, and that's when people diversify just because they've always heard that they should diversify. I'm not for that. I'm for diversification when it is actually necessary. Sometimes it's a bigger money problem. Sometimes it's a hedge against something else.
When it actually helps. Yeah, that works.
Which is usually a bigger money problem. But I hear a lot of people with 100 grand Jamaican saying that they diversify. And when you ask them why, they've never thought of why. And when I say I don't do it, it's almost like I'm crazy because everybody else says it. But when you look at the math of the thing, if I can find if I'm looking for 10% and I can find a 20% stock, why would I put my money in 4 other stocks also?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Diversification is at the end of the year. You look at your portfolio. You see, say, yo, this will grow 30%, this grow 40%, but the next one drop by 50 and wipe out all the gains elsewhere. And you ask yourself, why don't I put myself in the one that moves the most?
Yeah, man.
Because you never know enough at that point, you don't understand enough at that point, or you don't trust yourself enough at that point. That's why diversify.
Think about it in real terms again. You ever look on a stock and you do, assume you do the research on the stock, or you have a feeling, a rake. I don't think people should buy on this, but a lot of people do it anyway. You have a feeling. Yeah. And you say, I know say this will fly. I know say Fesco will fly now. And you have 100 grand, and so you put 10 grand in Fesco, and you put the other 90 in 4 other companies. Then the Fesco, you put the 10 grand in, it go to $6. So it didn't double, it didn't triple, it's 6x, right?
Yeah.
How do you sleep at night knowing, say, you did do the research, you picked the winner, and you simply didn't put all of your money in there? Nothing burn like when you say 300% on 10 grand, you know. You did the work to find that thing and you knew it was good. You picked it. You took on the risk of it. But then you, for some reason, decided not to put enough in there simply because diversification. No, so I'm not for diversification. I'm not for needless diversification. And again, I know this is blasphemy, but argue with the market.
Yeah.
What the next question?
Yeah, so next question now. I'm kind of segueing into my portfolio now because you raised several points, and so you mentioned earlier. So this is kind of a double barrel question. So it's like you mentioned earlier on, right? So like the beginning, right? Of the recording. You were saying that the financial markets really can give you 2 things, right? So essentially can give you knowledge and money.
No, I'm saying the two greatest advantages, the two most powerful advantage give us on the market is number 1, knowledge, number 2, money.
More you know, the better for you. The more money you have, the better for you.
Yeah, and you combine those two, and number 1 will give you a lot of number 2. Or when you have both of those things, you become very deadly.
Well, that's how my brain really registered it. So so I kind of wanted to segue into my portfolio, right? If you don't mind,
just ask a question, bro. Just ask a question. You don't have to give it. Just ask a question, and you don't have to give us a context. We will know the market so well. We get questions all the time. Just ask, and we'll knock the answers out if we can.
All right, Dolphin Cove, right? Looking forward, like let's say for a 5-year investment. Or matter of fact, all right, let's say a 1-year investment. Would you say you recommend investing in Dolphin Cove right now?
I'd put 25 grand into DHadvisory.com. I'd talk to Danhai about it, and he'll give you extremely good advice that I'm willing to put my reputation on. Right, that's how good it is. But yeah, you're definitely not gonna get it here. You stood a better chance if you came on and spoke to us about Dolphin Cove.
Oh, all right.
You already own Dolphin Cove?
Could you repeat that?
Do you already own Dolphin Cove?
Yeah, man. Currently, I'm doing like.
Why did you buy it?
Honestly, because I honestly thought that it would go up, considering that the place is basically being opened up now. So I was like, all right, bam, place open up, tourists, all of that. So profits are going to rise, and then
how does Dolphin Cove make its money?
Repeat that.
How do they make money? How does Dolphin Cove make money?
I think it's primary. This is the thing now. This is one of the companies that are bought based on impulse and not necessarily research, and I can admit that.
I get that. So you know the fix for that, right?
Yeah.
Either you pay Danhai to tell you what to do, or you pay me and I teach you how to not make that mistake again, and you get a discount to go see Danhai anyway.
All right.
Matter of fact, is it this month? I think I'll give away. I have some reserves for Danhai, for the people who do grow this month. So it's not a lot, but maybe two. I'll give no one in next month. I'll give another 2. So you might want to do that, but yeah, if you can't fix it by asking us here, and that's dangerous too. What you should learn from that is not to buy an impulse like that, right? That's like buying cashpot or scratchers. Sorry.
But yeah, next question is like indicator.
We're barely hearing you. We're not hearing you at all. Hello?
Yes, you hear me?
Yeah, we're hearing you now. We're hearing you now.
Yeah. Yeah, I said, what exactly do you look for when buying stocks, indicators, and all of that? Because someone earlier mentioned volume.
That's like a grow.
That's definitely a grow.
Volume is looked at.
Surely you don't think it's something. I often wonder about that though. Like realistically, surely you don't think it's something that can just be said in 2 minutes, right?
Yeah.
I do grow all day, and I've never finished a grow and thought, well, I've told them every single thing. They've got it now. And I mean, there are people that do MBAs, there are people that do PhDs in this thing, there are people that work in the sectors for decades, and they never learn it all. I'm still learning every day. So, sure, you don't think it's that simple. I mean, and there are simple answers, but you won't like them. I look for signs that the share price is going to be higher in the time that I need the share price to be higher. That's 100% the truth.
But it's not what you're asking.
and what those signs are different all the time. Sometimes it's volume. Sometimes it's the lack of volume. Sometimes it's a rush in the share price. Sometimes it's nothing around the share price. Sometimes it's a dividend. Sometimes it's no dividend. Sometimes it's the expectation of a dividend. Sometimes it's overreaction to the lack of a dividend. There's myriads of things that you see, and there's never any 2 things that are exactly the same at the same time. Sometimes for the same stock, the thing that would make you get in is the thing that make you get out.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes the thing that make you get out is the thing that make you get in. Oh God, I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
I've now bought QWI for I think maybe it was the 3rd or 4th time for the same goddamn reason. So many years. This time I make money, but it hurt me every time I buy it. The thing that made me stick around in jam tea is the thing that made me sell jam tea. There's is never that simple an answer. If it was that easy, they could teach it in school.
And they've been trying.
They have been trying.
That ends everything, that encompasses everything. Lastly, I'd just like to say, give thanks to the knowledge still and the gems and things. Just discovered it, honestly, and boy, I know never the every Friday, so I know.
Big up. I hope you enjoy it then every Friday. Yeah, big up. And like I say, come to grow or go to Danhai, it works out for you. Trust me. And it's not beyond anybody. From you can read, from you can go shop and come back with the right change. From you can do a little addition, little multiplication. You can invest successfully on the local stock market, and it is the best market for a Jamaican. Trust me, it is better than all the others. Trust me. We can quarrel about that another week. But for this week, that is all. Thank you guys very much for joining us. Hope it was good for everybody. It was certainly good for me, and it's wonderful Good Friday. Thank you, Danhai, for sticking through all of this. and I'm surprised you never go road. When is I saw people online being angry about I Love Soca, so I figure it's going to be good. When is it supposed to be?
Oh, Monday, and I'm going to the Loving Soca.
Downtown.
Been there, done that. Go back again. We can vex, come clean our profit. That's my profit after 2 years of no soca.
Well, enjoy, Bridget. And thank you to everybody listening, and we'll see you guys next week. Big up.
Indeed.